Thank you for waiting patiently. At this time, I'd like to call the March 25th Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. We have with us tonight by Zoom, Mr. Underwood and Mr. Black.
So I was offering more choices for more top brands with more energy efficient options.
All right. Who's watching?
The beauty of your home now and in the future. So talk to at least
TV or Mr. Black's? You got it? Okay. Thank you. So we have those two gentlemen online. We also have to my right, Mr. Floyd Thomas, Mr. Underwood.
No.
Clay, Mr. Oh, goodness. Clay Forehand. I am Nancy Long and Mr. Jeff Seeley. So we are going to hurry on and call this meeting to order. Mr. Seeley, would you lead us in invocation followed by Pledge of Allegiance?
Let us all stand. Heavenly Father, as we gather tonight in the needs and challenges of the county, give us guidance to help us look forward in directions that will help us in the future. In your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Yes, we're going to pause for just a minute while we fix the technical issue.
The rate we're going, we may be better off.
We okay, David?
Check, check, feedback, check. Check, test one, test two. All right, Mr. Underwood, can you hear us at this point? Yep, thumbs up. Good. All right.
All right. At this time, I will accept opening board comments. Do you have any? Mr. Thomas?
Yes, ma'am. I do have a couple of board comments. One is in having a conversation with Mr. Wilson yesterday about a totally unrelated matter. I discovered that Mr. Wilson is working on an employment database for all of the local companies in Caroline to help not only citizens that are looking, but citizens who may be displaced. So it's on the county website. If you search employment opportunities, you'll see Mr. Wilson's website, which is private vendors, and you will also find another option for job openings that the county has, most of which are in fire and rescue. I think Chief Loftus is doing a great job there. So that's one. And the other is regarding public comment. I'm not going to speak on anything that happened at our last meeting until further action has been resolved, but I will request that the chair, understanding the rules the board has about personal comments, and particularly malicious false comments that are not allowed, and also people are not allowed to scream from the audience. So if we can ensure those, and repeated offenders should be asked to leave. And that's it. Thank you.
Clay, do you have any?
No, I'll pass.
And I do have a comment. First, I am going to just give everybody, we're not there yet, but it's coming up on public comment. I'm going to do a quick rundown and give everybody a refresher course on public comment rules. And the purpose of public comment period is to allow members of the public to speak to the board on any matter in which their opinion deserves the attention of the board. These should be no comments on a matter for which on a matter for which the public hearing is Want me to try again? Quietly. Try now? Okay. There shall be no comments on a matter for which public hearing is scheduled to take place within the next 60 days. A public hearing has been held previously and remains pending. Each individual speaker shall have 3 minutes to present comment. Each speaker shall clearly state his or her name, voting district. Do not give your address. Citizens shall refrain from clapping or any public demonstrations of support or opposition. The public comment period shall not serve as a forum for debate with the board or a question and answer period with the board. Remarks shall be addressed only to the board and shall be made in a respectful manner. Comments shall focus on matters or issue before the board or county. So those are things for you all to remember. And at our last meeting, someone did not follow those rules. I was caught totally off guard by this, and I apologize to Mr. Thomas. I should have killed the mic or called him down or had him escorted out. Was very shocked by the behavior. And the one thing I will say to this person, if you're listening tonight, is there's a book that's been around for generations, and you might want to go to Matthew 18, down around verse 15. If you have an issue with somebody, it tells you the proper way to handle it. It's not coming up here and speaking at this mic. And I trust everybody in this building knows better, and I certainly will not be shocked at such behavior, which was totally unacceptable from any citizen in Caroline County. We are better than that. So that is the end of my comments, Mr. Seeley.
Mrs. Long, I just have a couple. First of all, the right turn lane into the transfer site at Bowling Green is nice. I need to talk to VDOT about getting arrows. I spent a lot of time there this weekend, and everybody seems to be afraid to get into that because they're not sure it's the lane or it's the berm. So I will gladly call and see if we can't get arrows painted.
He's actually working on the lining in the near
Okay,
future.
because they're all, I watched multiple people not sure what that really meant. But I do want to, the transfer site is amazing looking, and I'm going to tell you the traffic with all the debris from trees and people trimming bushes, the folks that actually move all that stuff, and I made multiple trips there with a lot of stuff this weekend. They've done an amazing job, and the place stays really, really clean. I just wanted to let Mr. Schiebel know to tell the folks that that place really looks good, and it's moving, and people are in and out of there, so it really does make a difference. So those are my comments, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Black, do you have any comments? Oh, we can't hear you, Mrs. Black. Can you get Mr. Black his mic?
Well, he's working on that.
All right. Wait just a minute, Jeff. We're going to try to come back to you. I'm going to let Mr. Forehand go while they work on your mics. Mr. Forehand.
I did have one. I had been asking for a sign on the new Ladysmith Road in front of the sheets that prohibits a U-turn from the non-turning lanes. Because people come out of sheets the same way they go in, and then they sit 3 lanes over, waiting for the red light to change to a green arrow that never does because there's not a green arrow there. And they sit there through green lights and people honking their horns. And VDOT thankfully put up a sign there that says no U-turn from this lane. And then it was run over by a person doing a U-turn. So that is now missing again. So my thoughts initially were to put it on beside the stoplight.
Yeah.
So it's really takes some effort to run that sign over. So perhaps they will get it instead of a pole in the median that takes a lot of abuse. They'll have it on. But anyway, I do thank them for getting the sign. I've never seen one quite like they had put there. But
It didn't last.
only
long
lasted
enough
about 2
to be up.
weeks.
Yeah.
Before he was run over. So thank you.
Should I try Mr. Underwood? Nope, can't hear you either, Reggie. Gentlemen, we will come back to you when they get this figured out. Is it okay if I move forward with our meeting while they fix the audio and the mics? And come back? No. They can talk now? Okay. Mr. Black.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
All right, thank you. Just really quickly, I just want to apologize to everyone. I am actually down in Florida visiting my dad, so that's the reason why I cannot be at the meeting tonight. I just wanted to kind of thank the board for, I thought we had a really good discussion on the schools. in the last hour. So if anyone is watching this right now and says, hey, where's that discussion on the schools? I think they should go back to that video because there was some good ideas, I think, from all the supervisors. And finally, I don't know if you guys got the email, but George Washington Region Commission has a septic relief program that is in place. There's about $900,000 in it, and it's based on income, but it's for people who can't afford pump outs or who need a new system or who have damaged systems for repairs. So there's a number 540-642-1542. And if county staff could put a link, it's on the GWRC website. If county staff could put a link to that for citizens all around the county that would be interested, but it's a limited amount of money. So I think it'll probably be first come, first serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Underwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, certainly I couldn't make the meeting tonight because a little under the weather, but I did enjoy the conversation, as Mr. Black mentioned, about schools. Just want us to be mindful of the fact that the citizens of the county fund our K-12 and pre-K and Head Start are funded by the state and government, and we shouldn't be using taxpayer dollars. Thanks, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood, and feel better soon. Mr. Black,
Thank you.
travel home safely. Before I move on with our meetings, I have 2 flyers up here, and I'm going to make these announcements. Caroline County's 3rd annual Team Up to Clean Up is April the 26th. That's a Saturday from 9 in the morning to 12. So mark that on your calendars, and it says supplies will be provided. Local businesses will provide door prizes, and there'll be pizza to follow up. And you can contact the 804-633-4144, Bonnie Featherall or Eric Johnson at Public Works. So that's that one. And Hazardous Waste Day is May the 31st, 9 to 1 at the Bowling Green Convenience Site, where you can take all those things that normally you can't take to the convenience site. So you might want to put that one on your calendar also. Now let's get to our agenda, which I have buried. Hold on, I gotta find it. Gentlemen, are there anyone have any amendments to the agenda?
Move the adoption of agendas.
I have a second.
Second.
A motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? So moved. All right, that brings us to presentations and reports. Retail strategies is our first one.
Figured I'll start with an audio test here. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, I appreciate everybody taking the time to allow us to present to you today. For those of you who are not aware or who do not know who we are or what we do, I know that our coworkers with Retail Academy have presented previously about the findings of their work and their research regarding grocery and Caroline County. So what we are doing today is we're going to recap some of their work, and we're actually going to explain what our team does. Jimmy and I, who are both on the call here, we are part of the retail recruitment team. What we do is we actually go out and we implement the process. We go out and we actually get the feedback from retailers, go out and try and recruit those retailers to the community, and really put all of that plan into action. So with that said, and kind of a little bit of an intro there, I'm going to share my screen. Please feel free to let me know if you all do not see my screen here in the next few seconds, and we can go from there. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. So again, just a brief intro. My name is Michael Warsaw. I am the Portfolio Director for Retail Strategies. Jimmy Pritchett is also joining me on the call today. Jimmy is your Retail Development Associate and is responsible for a lot of that outreach, a lot of the relationships that we have and the communication that we have with retailers. My job is to help have those high-level conversations, work with county staff, and really develop these plans so that we can implement them long-term. We're backed up by a pretty vast team with decades of experience on the back end, every one of them having a role in some form or fashion with our partnership and participating in our calls with county staff and working through those topics as well. When we look at our partnership as a whole, just to give a little bit of a high level, kind of to explain what we do, I think it's important to start at the highest level. Really what we do is we surround Caroline County's county staff and the team locally with our expertise, our data, and the ability to kind of turbocharge what the county is doing, get the information in front of the right audiences, and push everything along, hopefully to expedite retail openings in the community. So again, we use our time and our experience just to help expedite that process that the county staff is already working through and really push those relationships in the right direction. What we are not is we are not going to be a replacement for the local experts. You on this board, the local owners, the local business owners, property owners, et cetera, you all are the local experts through and through. There is no replacing that. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We are national retail real estate experts. But we do rely upon that local connection and upon that local expertise to really help drive these deals home. So what we want to do is obviously reach out through our contacts with the county to be able to deliver that retail to the community. But again, it starts at the local level. It starts at the ground level. It really is a game of knowing the dirt, knowing when that dirt is moving, and knowing how we can help facilitate that action on the real estate side. So I know that there's probably somebody out there right now who's saying, hey, we've got a lot of development right now, and there's a lot of things going on. We've got a lot of stuff happening from an industrial or manufacturing standpoint. Why do we care about retail? Well, there's a couple of reasons. First and foremost, I will say, if you're a numbers person, retail on average annually contributes about $3.9 trillion to the American GDP. We are consumers. That's a good thing. I'm a fan of that. I love retail, and I know that everybody on this call today is consuming retail in one form or fashion. You're going to the stores, you're shopping online, you're probably doing a mixture of all of those. You're going to the grocery store, maybe once a week, maybe 3 times a week. You might go every single day. There's a lot of people who do that. So retail is touched by a number of people. But maybe more importantly than anything, it also is an employment opportunity. So retail contributes about it employs about 52 million Americans. That is going to be directly and indirectly as well on the back end. A lot of those jobs in warehouses are directly related to retail and are a component of that. And the last factor that is not up on the screen today that I'm going to mention is that retail helps bring those jobs down. Retail is a key and integral part of building a community that employers want to be in, right? What we want to do is we want to obviously provide the retail that people are familiar with when they're leaving other communities to move to yours for work, for employment, for job opportunities. So again, retail has a lot of different facets. It does a lot of different things in the community. What we're trying to do is to move Caroline County up that economic development ladder. So what you're looking at here is basically what we call our economic development ladder, right? The numbers to the right of those colorful logos are going to be your sales, the average sales numbers, or AUV, average unit volume, the number of jobs on average that they create, along with just a reference point. Don't put too much into this, but a 1% tax base, what that would look like annually for a community, a county, a city, whatever that might be. So obviously what we have to do, and the way that we approach every community that we work with, is to really understand where's the community today, where do we want to be, and how do we get there? It's kind of a 3-step process. So looking at Caroline County today, we've got a number of QSRs. We've got some really strong fuel centers that are really driving a lot of this traffic, that are doing a really good job. we have Food Lion, we have a number of other major national retailers that are in the county right now. What we want to do is we want to expand on that. We want to help grow that number, particularly within that grocery category. That's something that we're going to get into today to talk about that grocery category in particular. What I also want to highlight, though, is the fact that, you know, retail, as part of moving up that ladder, it's important to really focus in on other categories of retail along with that, right? How do we get grocers interested? How do we get large format wholesalers interested? How do we get all of these other brands interested? Well, you have to show proof of concept. We have to show that the market can support these things through other retailers that are willing to take a chance and come to the community. There's a lot of that already happening. There's a lot of that underway. There are a lot of things that are going to be popping up over the next couple of years, and we are excited to see all of that start to build upon itself. So I'm going to jump in to the data. Now, again, I will say I know that a lot of you have seen some of this already through our previous presentation, so I'm not going to belabor this point too much. But what I want to jump into is kind of the two ways that we look at retail. Number one is through the municipal lens. We view retail, through the municipal lens, we view population. We're looking at about 32,000 people within those borders, within those municipal boundaries that we all know. Retailers don't really look at that. They don't look at boundaries. They don't care about boundaries. They care about profit. They care about where their sales are going to be the highest. So retailers look at sites a couple of different ways. Primarily, though, they're looking at drive times. They want to understand how are they going to access consumers. So what they're looking at, this is a rough example right here, but this is dropping a pin at the intersection of 1 and Ladysmith Road. What we're looking at is a drive time and radial rings. So on that map, you're going to see a 3-mile and a 5-mile radial ring. You're also going to see a 5-minute and a 10-minute drive time from that intersection. This is how retailers view it. What they want to see is they want to see access to incomes. They want to see access to population density. So what we have to do is we have to also tell our story in the same manner that they are looking at the story, right? It starts with data, but we have to break it out of data. We have to move beyond data. We have to use data to support our narrative and support the story that we're trying to tell. It is a huge component of the story. It's not everything. I'm going to get into that a little bit later. But I will show you one of the tools that we use to help really tell a different story of the community. And so what we're looking at today is the mobile data collection. This is an annualized mobile data. What this is taking account of every cell phone that enters into the Food Lion in Ladysmith over the past year. So this is an important metric that we all use within the industry. This is how we really track where people are coming from, where they're commuting from, where they're shopping. Really, it gives us a little bit of insight without going too far, but it gives us a little bit of insight into somebody's daily spending habits. What I will go ahead and point out to you is right now we're looking at a couple of colors on the screen. We've got kind of some pinks and purples and a little bit of white in there. The pinks and purples represent approximately 70% of your overall consumer base. That's where 70% of the people within, or 70% of the shoppers for the Food Lion are coming from. So it's important to note this really because it allows us some insight into where they live, where they're going to do their actual grocery shopping. This is an important tool that we use on a daily basis, really to help tell a story to retailers who are looking at coming to the community, or candidly, sometimes when they're telling us that they don't want to be in a community. How do we get them over that hump? How do we better sell the community to them? We use mobile data. One of the other key factors that we use mobile data for is really to help build out a customized trade area. You might also hear this referred to as a consumer trade area or a CTA. What this really is this represents approximately 75% of your consumer base, where they're coming from. So what we've done here is we've highlighted the county boundaries. We've also then taken really a number of your different retailers in the community, particularly in Ladysmith and Bowling Green. And what we've done is we have actually created really a CTA that represents approximately 70% of your consumers. So now I will tell you, a lot of those folks are coming from outside of the county boundaries. They're spending dollars in Caroline County, which is what we want to see. The other thing that we want to do is we want to grow that CTA. We want to bring more people in who have new dollars to the market, bring them in so that they're spending their money in your community, ultimately providing taxes to the community that you can then reinvest in the community and in the people. But from a key sales standpoint, shall I say, right? At the end of the day, we're trying to sell the community. We're out there as your salesman, helping to assist county staff and, again, turbocharge what they're doing. What we do, though, is we use CTA numbers in a lot of our conversations with retailers. The reason we do that is because we're able to grow the community through that CTA. It gives a more accurate representation of the consumers, and it gives a more accurate representation of the growth that you are experiencing. So I'm going to draw your attention to a couple of things here. Your current population, again, what we've done here is we've expanded that population by about 12,000 using those CTA numbers. More importantly, though, we're looking at your 2028 population growth. That growth is stellar. I will tell you, I'm sitting in Birmingham, Alabama right now, where we would be happy to have 1% growth. You guys are experiencing real growth in the community. This is ultimately one of the key factors that retailers look at. They want to know that there is growth in population. They want to know that there is growth and expansion in the wealth and the incomes of that population as well. One of the other key factors here that I will draw your attention to is the median household income. We are slightly below that US average, but nothing to be concerned about, nothing really that worries me there. You're still above the general threshold for most retailers and above the general threshold that grocers in particular are typically looking for, depending on the category that we're looking at, which I will get into a little bit later. Moving along, this is a huge factor in grocery. It's also a huge factor in home improvement. The reason that I draw your attention to this slide is that retailers of those two categories in particular like to see households. Households spend money on home improvement items, but they also spend money on grocery, far more than renters, far more than single household or single person households. So what we want to see is we want to see a growth in that household number. Families are good. Families are good for the community. They're good for a lot of reasons, but they're also good from a retailer's standpoint. They want to see those families. So we are looking right now at the overall household population within that, right? So this is going to take into account how many homes, how many of those are occupied, and how many households we have. So looking at that, we've got about 17,753 households in that CTA. The median household income has now blossomed again up to about 84,639. That's again taking in that household number versus the individual number. A lot of two-person households here, a lot of three-person households going down the list as well. Now, I'm going to move into kind of the last of our big data presentation here, and then we're going to talk about kind of an action plan. What I want to do is I want to provide you with a gap analysis. So this is a tool that we use internally. It's a tool that retailers use on a daily basis to figure out how many dollars are being spent, where those dollars are being spent, and how they're being spent. So what we're looking at today is the total market supply. This includes basically every general type of sale that you could imagine from a retail wholesale standpoint. So approximately today, there are $722 million at play within that CTA, right? That's a good thing. Now, what's interesting is that there is a market demand for approximately $987 million, which means that we have a gap or a leakage of approximately $264 million from that CTA. Now, again, keep in mind, this is within that CTA. I'm going to break this down a little bit further into the most important category for this conversation, which is going to be grocery. There's going to spoil it a little bit. The grocery category, there is actually a negative that we're trying to overcome. There is a false data set that we're trying to overcome. It's something that grocers are looking at, something that we're trying to figure out why. I can tell you it's because of, so data, again, I think we lost you there. I apologize.
Can you give us that? Can you repeat your last statement?
Me.
Yes, please.
Yeah, absolutely. What I was saying was that the data drives these deals, but what we have to do is we have to overcome false data. One of the things that is out there right now is a false narrative that Caroline County cannot support another grocer. We believe that there is room for that. However, one of the key factors that we're facing right now is that there is bad data out there. There is a data set, there is data out there that does not account for the growth that you all are experiencing. So that is one thing that we have to overcome. It is, again, the reason I'm leaving this slide up here right now is because the gap is good. The problem is that we need to show the gap in the right places. And the problem right now is that the data is not necessarily lining up with what we know to be true from a ground perspective, from the stories that were told from the community, from you all and your constituents. We know that there's a different story that we have to tell, and that story is one of growth. So I'm going to move on to what we do, and again, kind of our process here. So Jimmy and I actually had we had the opportunity to come visit Caroline County. We drove all of your major corridors, really took an inventory of your sites, of the current retail conditions. And the way that we operate is we start from a ground basis up, right? We want to find those good sites. We want to find the opportunities where retailers are most likely to land. And then really go from there to try and identify prospects who match up with those sites, with that green space and with that opportunity. We obviously also take into account vacancies along the way. I will tell you, you are not bursting at the seams with big box vacancies, which is a good thing. There are obviously a lot of store closures that you've probably seen in the news right now. A lot of stories that are very negative. I would tell you that you all are very insulated from that. That's a good problem to have, candidly. You don't want a lot of vacancy. We don't want a lot of 100,000 foot boxes sitting vacant all over your county. So that's a good thing. I would also say a lot of that narrative is also false. There's been a lot of openings that are making up for those closures as well. But one of the things that we do is we take account of all of that. We want to understand who's new, who's popping up, where there are signs, where there are listings, who the brokers are, who the major players are. We try and take account of all of that. Now, I will tell you, we use a little bit of baseball terminology. I'm a Nats fan. I have a pennant hanging behind me that you all can't see, but we look for home run sites, right? So what we want to do is we want to take into account the signage and visibility, the parking, access, co-tenancy, and traffic. High traffic counts and good visibility being probably the most important of those metrics. We want to know that there is good visibility, that you can see the site, see the building, see whatever it is that we're going to build. And we want to know that there's a lot of people who are going to see it. You have access on 95, which is fantastic. That already helps drive traffic. That already moves things in the right direction. Having the access on route expands that even. So all good on those things. Now I'm going to move in kind of how we do what we do, what that process looks like, and how we really operate in our industry, right? So Jimmy and I are real estate professionals. We operate within commercial real estate. What we are is we're matchmakers. At the end of the day, I'm going to boil everything down to matchmaking. We try and connect sites with developers, with retailers, with their tenant rep brokers, with their representatives internally, et cetera. Our goal really is to connect A to B. Sometimes C, sometimes we have to loop D in to make these deals happen, but really what we are is we are matchmakers. And the reason that's important is because retail deals take a long time. If you've ever leased space from a commercial brokerage, or you've ever worked in commercial development, you've ever built something for the community, you've ever done something where commercial real estate has been involved, you probably know this to be true, that commercial real estate is slow. It is a slow industry. It is one where it's not like residential where people are working 7 days a week. Commercial real estate is a 5-day deal. And we rely on the input and the insight of Wall Street, which slows everything down. So the way that we operate and the way that retail in particular operates is that it starts at Wall Street. There are, at the end of every single year, new goals and benchmarks are created that really define what the earnings need to be, right? So how much money do we want to make for brand X? That number is then boiled down to really an understanding of their average unit volume, like I said earlier, right? They want to know what their sales are for their new stores and their existing stores. The goal for every single retailer is ultimately to open new stores so that they can drive those profits. The problem is, to do that, we have to go through a pretty long process. The average retailer, and this is going to be average as in the QSRs, those 3,000-foot boxes with a drive-through that you see pop up in about 2 months to 6 months, somewhere in that window. Those deals on average take about 3 years. That's the average timeline for a new store, really to go from the time that they determine a market is viable to the time that we see a cash register start ringing. We're looking at about 3 years. When we look at grocery, this is a in particular that is the holy grail of commercial real estate. It's the highest investment amount for a store. It's the highest inventory pricing. It is the hardest category to do in, and the reason is because of that investment. I'm gonna jump into that in a little bit more in the next couple slides, but understand that grocery in particular, we are lucky. We are feeling really, really good about our situation if we're 5 years in and we have a deal signed. These deals can take a decade. I know internally there's a group in Birmingham. We have one location. We're trying to get a second. It's been 15 years that we've been waiting for them to open their second store in Birmingham. There are examples of that in every community around the country, big and small. I know of other ones in cities that you would be shocked at, stories that I've heard where it's taken them decades to get into a market. And the reasons are vast, they're varying, but ultimately it's a slow industry. It's driven by profits. If they don't feel confident in making that investment, and they don't feel 100% confident in making that investment, they're gonna take their time. The other side in this, and it's really important to say, is that we operate under a real estate committee process, which means that every deal in retail, with very few exceptions, goes to what's called a real estate committee. That means that there is a boardroom that the real estate directors present in, usually to the CEO, the director of real estate, vice president of real estate, COO, typically the CFO, and typically, if they're big enough, their chief development officer as well. That usually has 3 different options. A deal can be approved, denied, or tabled. Almost always, however, there's a 3rd step in that, or the 4th step in there, which means that they're going to visit the site, which means that they hop on their private jet, they're going to fly to Caroline County or any other municipality, and they're going to come visit those sites. If they deny a site, it typically takes about 12 months for us to get back onto that meeting. That means that if they came to the town that they're looking at, and traffic maybe we didn't hit it on the best traffic day, maybe it was during spring break and so schools were not open, whatever it might be, it's going to take about 12 months for us to get back in front of that committee for them to review a site again. So a lot of this comes down to just long timelines. It takes time. Bear with us. The good news is that we are expediters. We try and expedite these deals to the best of our ability. We use our relationships and our industry knowledge and kind of help move these deals along a little bit quicker, hopefully, than they would have happened otherwise. But ultimately, what I will tell you is the foundation has been laid in Caroline County. It has been laid by a phenomenal staff who's done a good job, who I have heard from retailers that they have heard from. So those are good things. That's what we want to hear. When we enter, again, what we're doing is we're just trying to turbocharge this. We're trying to get it to the finish line as quickly as we possibly can. So diving into the actual grocery as a specific category, I'm going to go through a couple of different things here. Identification of grocery brands, a needs assessment, grocery strategy, and then ultimately, how do we get the grocers to the table? That's the single most important part of this entire meeting, is how do we get them to the table? So again, we've determined, obviously, that grocery is our main category for recruitment right now. We want to have that feedback. We want to go out there and try and turbocharge what the county staff has been doing and the work that they've done, which again has been great. Ultimately, and you're going to know what I'm talking about once we get a little bit further down, but we need more blue dots on this map. That is really the biggest piece of feedback that I can give. What we're looking at right now is your current grocery overview. We have 2 food lines. The average square feet of those stores is approximately 34,000 square feet. And again, the biggest problem that we have right now is false data. What we are showing right now in the data world and in the gap reports that we run and the gap analysis that we run based on consumer spending is that there is a gap right now, aka a surplus of $48 million. I can tell you that's not true. Everyone on this call can tell me that that's not true. We know it. Everybody here knows it. And everybody in the community, from what I've heard, knows it as well. What this is it boils down to, again, that bad data. Sometimes the data doesn't keep up with the whole story. Sometimes the data doesn't keep up with the growth. Sometimes the data just is false, right? So what we have to do is we have to tell a very different story. I believe in data. Everybody in my industry believes in data. It's why there are people that are making so much money on the data in real estate. But ultimately, it comes down to a couple of different things, and that is people, number one, right? We have to sell this story to people. We have to get them on the ground to understand the growth that you all are experiencing. And number two is we have to face the reality of where we are today versus where we are going. So when I said that we need more blue dots on the map, what I want to show you is really one of the key factors and one of the key ways that we look at a market as a tenant rep. So this is a quick run. If I were representing a grocery, what I would do on my own data platform is I'm going to run it from a couple of different standpoints. First and foremost, I'm going to run it from a population density standpoint, and then I'm also going to add my little grocery filter. So you're looking at those grocers in the region, and then the blue dots represent 100 people each. What I want to do is I want to draw your attention to some of those neighboring markets, obviously much larger markets, but some of those neighboring markets where that dot density is significantly greater. I'm not saying that we need to get to the same dot density as Fredericksburg. What I am saying, though, is that we need more dots on the map. One of the biggest factors and one of the biggest key pieces of grocery as a specific category is population density. We need access to that population. We need a slightly larger population, particularly within that Ladysmith corridor. The good news is that the growth is coming, right? We all know that the growth is happening. You can see it every single day. There are new announcements all the time. That growth is coming. What we are doing is we have to track that growth. We have to analyze it, and we really have to sell that story to the grocers that are out there. So who are those grocers? Well, I can tell you that we are looking at a very specific category here of what we would call general grocers, right? These are going to be your Kroger's, your Walmart neighborhood markets, your Harris Teeters, Lidl's, Giants, and Aldi's. This really satisfies a pretty broad need for any community. What I mean by that is there's different price points that are offered at every one of these, right? They offer a wide array of price points or a wide array and different selection. It's not priced too high so that not everybody can afford it, and it's not priced so low that we're really within that discount category. So what we're aiming for and what we believe the community could ultimately support in the near future is that middle category that is a healthy grocery category. So what do they need? What does that category of grocery need? Typically, they're going to be looking between 3 and 12 acres, 3 being an Aldi. That's going to be your smallest on this general list. Those are approximately 22,000 square feet. What I would tell you is I used the largest average numbers that we see. 75,000 would be an absolutely enormous grocery store. So just bear in mind that that is a huge grocery store. Majority of these grocery stores that we are talking about, really the category that we're trying to hit, are probably within that 40 to 55,000 square foot range. That's a healthy number that allows for deli space. It allows for, fresh seafood, fresh meats, etc. That's really where we want to be. Now, the next category down that you're going to see is the minimum population. 30 to 50,000 is the average minimum population that the majority of this category of grocer seeks. Now, the important factor in this is that we know our CTA falls right in line with this. The other important factor is that everybody runs their CTA a little bit differently. I'm very confident in our CTA and how we run our CTA. I can tell you that grocers generally use a drive time CTA versus a mobile data CTA. They like to do it from a drive time standpoint. They know that proximity to population density equals sales. That is just the general rule of thumb, right? So what we want to do is we want to be within, on average, 10 to 15 minutes from that grocery store. No more, no less. Well, ideally less. No more, though. So what I mean by that is we need to increase that population density to really fall within that general guideline. Now, I will say this. I know everybody's saying, well, there's not 30,000 people living in Ladysmith. There's not 30,000 people living in Bowling Green. That is fine. What we also have to tell them and tell the story of is the fact that as a more rural community, people drive further distances. People go to the lakes. People grab food on the way to the lake. People grab food on the way out of town. There are all of these other factors that are key contributing factors to their sales. So there's a broad story that we are constantly selling. There's a broad story that we are communicating to those grocers. But it is important to keep in mind. Now, average household income, again, you guys are already on top of that. We're good. We're beating that by over $10,000 annually. That's a good number. Very, very strong. Very happy with that. I think it's important, though, to really break down what does a grocery store make? What are they earning, right? What are their sales? The average sales generally ranges between approximately 12 and 25 million for an average grocery store. Again, the larger the grocery store, ideally, the more sales per square foot that they would get. Ideally, they would achieve higher sales volume than that. There are certain brands out there that obviously are going to blow those numbers out of the water. And I will just tell you that there are some of those that are going to have lines out the door, and they are going to exceed those numbers by far. What we're focused on are the average grocers, the ones who are more in that middle of the pack kind of bunch, the folks that are also expanding, the folks who we know are going to be real prospects for the community. And then last but not least, on this slide from a needs assessment, we have to understand that grocery is the single most expensive category of construction within retail. A drug restaurant in about 6 months, and that is from ground up. They're not built. As long as I can get my concrete poured, get all of my stuff from my suppliers, I can get it. Grocery count a whole different category. Right? We're going with steel. You have to go vertical. The ceiling heights are much more important. But the other piece is we have cooled space. We have freezer space. That's expensive. So right now, what we're seeing is a settling in construction prices. That's a good thing. But grocery stores are still exceeding $300 a square foot, many of them in construction. What that means is the price tag on these before we even fill the aisles with inventory is extraordinarily high. It means that the investment is so much greater, and it means that these real estate committees that I mentioned earlier are taking a lot more time in their approach. They're spending a lot more time looking at the deals. They might circle and market 2 or 3 times before they finally send out an LOI and get things moving. So again, it all factors into our ultimate goal of bringing these retailers to town, factors into the ultimate goal of bringing grocers to the community. Grocery in particular, I want to make sure everybody understands that is a difficult category. It's one that we're fully up to the task of handling, but it is a difficult category. It's important to understand the overall prospect and what it takes. So what I'm going to show you here is kind of our grocery strategy. And the reason I say this is because I think that we need to establish, again, kind of where Caroline County is today, where do we want to be, and what does that future look like? So right now, I think that we are in this category of general grocery. What I want to do is I want to go out and I want to try and bring one of these general grocers to the community. And I think that that is realistic. Where I do not think we are is I do not think that we are in a world where we could realistically recruit that high-end category. I don't think that we have an opportunity right now to recruit Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, Wegmans. And I will tell you that is for a lot of reasons. I think your incomes right now are still lagging behind where they would typically want to be. But more importantly than anything, it's population. They want access to typically well over 100,000 people within their CTA, how they define it. Those numbers they're different for everybody, but that high-end category right now, I think let's spend our time focusing on the general grocers. Let's spend our time focusing on the folks who we know can make a real impact on the community and do well and be successful. So today, again, I think we focus on that general grocer category. In the future, though, where do we want to take that? We want to prove that the market can support a grocer, right? We want to prove that the market can support that category of retail. And ultimately what we want to do is we want to then move towards a long-term goal of attracting more specialized grocers, right? We want to talk to those folks from Sprouts and Earth Fare and Fresh Market We want to have those conversations. But again, right now in 2025, we have got to focus on those general grocery category, the folks who are really going to make an impact and be able to provide a wide offering and a wide variety. So ultimately, I do think that we have a path forward. I think that that path forward, though, is going to be 10 years down the road. And so I want to just put that out there that right now, when we're looking at those specialty grocers, that's probably a 10-year conversation. So the last thing that I'm going to address here before I pivot a little bit, but I really want to talk about how do we get the grocers to the table. The most important thing we can do is get them into the community, right? We want them to actually come to Caroline County. We want them to drive the sites. We want them, as I have told some of these guys, we want you to get off the interstate, right? You're driving 95 already, just hop off the interstate. That's easy for me to sell to them. That's easy for me to send as a text. It's easy for Jimmy to send as a text. And again, what we're doing is we're building upon the work of the county staff. I can tell you from, again, just being told, they've heard from county staff. They've been hearing from county staff. What the county has done a great job of doing is putting that Caroline County bug in the ear of these retailers. We then have the ability to kind of come in with the experience and the insight that we have, text them, hey, I know you've heard from them, hop off the interstate. That's easy for you to do. It's easy for them to do. And it helps to hear it from a familiar face and somebody that has built some trust with them. So again, what we're doing is we're using those relationships to better cement and better place the community. Data is still going to be key, right? Data is the key. Data is the path forward. That is what you're going to keep hearing. It's what you're always going to hear from me. But we have to keep track of that data. We have to improve our data that is out there in the public sphere. We have to make sure that the data is telling the whole story. The last two here are absolutely key to me. So number one is the housing growth. The housing growth right now in Caroline County is phenomenal. Keep it up. Keep that housing going. I know that there are obviously pros and cons to growth. Growth being a sensitive topic in a lot of communities across the country. How do we possibly position that growth? How do we position the growth so that it's done well and done efficiently and smartly? Caroline County is doing a great job right now of handling that growth. You've got plenty of raw land right now that is still developable, that is able to be built for housing. That ultimately will help attract grocers. That'll help attract all kinds of other retailers. This probably is not the call to get into that, but if you want those big retailers, those fancy retailers that are out there, if you want access to more restaurants, more dining, more grocery, more shopping, right? That's how we get there. Is we need the housing growth. We need that population increase. And then ultimately, keep in mind, retailer timelines are long. Keeping track of that data, keeping track of the growth in housing, and keeping track of your growth in incomes is super important to those retailers. People are leaving the bigger cities. People are heading out to rural counties and rural communities across the country right now. We need to keep track of that. We need to make sure that we're keeping that on the front end and making sure that those retailers know the full story every time that we see them. Now, I'm going to pivot a little bit, and one of the things I wanted to talk about today was, again, how do we attract grocers, right? Well, we've identified two other categories and two other areas of overall retail recruitment. We are not just grocery recruiters, we are retail recruiters. So how do we get grocers interested? Again, everything that I just said is key. The other thing is we have to show proof of concept, right? We have to show that the community and that the county can support national retail on that next playing field. So what we've done is we've also identified a number of other prospects that we are working to recruit, ultimately using them all as building blocks to get those grocers, to get those big box users, to get that next category, that next step, that next level up, whatever you want to call it. We need to recruit all kinds and all types of retail to help build that story for those grocers. So another category that we really are focused on right now is going to be that healthcare. We think that there is a real need for more dock-in-the-box healthcare. We think that there's a real need for more accessible dental and vision as well. So that's a category particularly playing into the industrial growth and into the growth of your warehousing and manufacturing jobs. This is an area where we think that the community can be really successful. It also helps, I'll be the one to say it, it helps bring in more high-paying jobs. Helps bring in more high dollar salaries, which ultimately all of this helps us recruit those grocers. It helps us get that conversation going and prove to them that Caroline County can support their business and their development. So in closing, I know I've taken up a lot of your time. I appreciate it. I'm very thankful for it. But in closing, I'm throwing a couple of things up on the charts here. So what we have to do is we right now are building upon that year's worth of county staff work, right? Housing growth is necessary. I will say it till I'm blue in the face. We need more housing growth to really, really attract these grocers. What they need is more blue dots on that map. That is going to drive this deal. That is going to drive any of the deals that we are talking about, any of the deals that are coming your way, or any of those grocers who are coming to town. They need to see more housing growth. The target right now needs to be those general grocers. Let's focus on those and then tackle the next category up. Let's focus on those guys, and then we tackle that specialty, the organic foods, those off-brand, not name brand, more specialized kind of groups. The timeline for grocery is long. Hang in there. It is brutal sometimes. I have seen these deals fall apart 3-4 times before they finally get a ribbon cutting put together. They're not always going to move quickly. And I really do believe that right now, if we see paper trading by the end of this decade, I think that is a very positive thing. I think that is a good thing. So again, timelines are slow. Construction prices are easing, but they're still expensive. Investment committees right now are taking every deal very, very seriously. They're looking at every single decimal point, and they're trying to figure out where they're going to spend their money. What we're doing is we're trying to make sure that they choose Caroline County. But again, that process takes time. And last but not least, retail builds upon retail. To better position Caroline County, we need growth among all different categories. We need growth that supports housing growth, right? We want to bring retail to the community that people who are moving to Caroline County want to see. And we want to bring that retail that we know will be successful so that we can attract those higher end grocers, those higher end retailers, and those other shopping opportunities that we know can be successful. So again, my closing thoughts, and with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you guys have, anything that I can do. Please let me know. I'm happy to field anything you all have for me.
Does anyone have any questions? Board?
Mrs. Long?
Yes, was that you, Mr. Black?
It was.
Go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you for this. This is excellent because I think a lot of people in our community are very, very interested. I talk to staff almost every time I talk to staff, Mr. Wilson or Mr. Parton, Mr. Cully, I'm always saying when we get in our next grocery store, because that's what's out in the community. That's what the people want, another option for grocery. And I've been pushing for it for a long time. My question to you is, we had a chance to talk to Publix directly. Mr. Wilson and I did over this summer. And it was very, very interesting conversation with him. A very nice gentleman. But the question I have a couple to you is, like, when he was saying, and he basically told us, hey, look, understand from a Publix perspective, when we're going to build 10 new stores a year or something like that. So in other words, you're competing against where you are right now, someplace in Alabama or someplace in Florida or someplace.
Sure.
What could give us an advantage? Like, what could make us attractive to beat out those other localities? Because I understand from his perspective what he's doing. And then the second part of that question I have is, if you look at the exit, we purposely expanded Ladysmith Road several years ago to 2 lanes in each direction to attract retail. And grocery is obviously the big one, but how much does traffic play in that? Because the traffic numbers that have been provided to us by VDOT have shown a massive increase in the traffic since we have done that. So my question is how much does that play as a factor in recruiting?
So I'll start with the first one. I would say, without going into too much confidential detail, I would tell you that every one of those grocers right now is looking at their 27, 28 plans, right? They know how many stores that they want opened, generally speaking, within the next 3 years. You are competing, and this is the unfortunate part about grocery, is you're competing against every other major market on the Eastern Seaboard. That's a tall task, right? So there are regional grocers, there are players out there who are focused on one state or two states or really, really good in their specific category. When we go after those major national general grocers, the Publixes of the world, the Krogers, et cetera, the story for them is very different than the story for a Dollar General, right? We know that we can land Dollar Generals left and right. That's like shooting fish in a barrel. Pardon the Alabama coming out of me, but it is. The important thing when we're selling to those major national grocers is that we sell the story of them being able to plant a flag, right? We want to attack that story hard. We want them to know that you guys right now are in high growth mode, and that if they miss the opportunity today, they're not going to get that opportunity again for a very long time. Once that green space fills in Caroline County, it's not coming back, right? So with the growth rate that you guys are experiencing, that's a good thing. From a retail perspective, they want growth. They also don't want to miss their chance. And they're looking at it saying, hey, if we miss that opportunity today, how long will it be before we can actually get that deal open? I tell you that right now we're trying to figure that out and make sure that the right group lands. And that is a key factor here, that when we're looking at the development pipeline for these guys, which right now, again, they're filling out their 2028s, right? They're looking at 2029 and 2030 pipelines already. When we're looking at that, we want to move you guys up that list as much as possible. But you're 100% right. You're competing against Central Florida right now. You're competing against every town that is your size, or every community that's your size in South Carolina, in North Carolina, in rural Georgia. You're competing against markets that already have 10 other stores. You're competing against Metro Atlanta. You know, that is a tall task. That's where we step in really to help keep that bug in their ear, make sure that the proper story is being told, and make sure that they understand that, you know, again, we're not selling a 2025 story. We're selling them on the fact that by 2030, your growth numbers are very different, right? That growth is continuing. That 95 corridor is filling in like crazy. You guys know it. You see it every day. And to kind of go on to your second question, which was the traffic, it's absolutely everything. Retailers need access to population, but they need that population driving past these sites every single day. If you don't have those traffic counts and you don't have that strong visibility, you get written off pretty quickly. So what we have to do is we have to sell them on high traffic counts, sell them on high growth, and honestly sell them on the high incomes that Caroline County currently has, which are obviously increasing as well. Does that kind of cover it?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'd like to probably talk to you a little bit more offline too, but
Great. I think that'd be great.
Well, we want to thank you for your presentation. Anybody else have anything?
Question?
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
What have you seen when you're recruiting a new grocery store as far as the existing one leaving? Has that been the case? I mean, we had that in Bowling Green many years ago. But has that been the case for you?
I would tell you that it is only going to be the case when you do not have strong population growth. If we have the population growth, that really factors it out. I would be concerned about a new grocer coming in if we were losing people. And again, you know, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of communities around the country right now who are facing that problem, who are really looking at a food desert conversation. That's a very different conversation than the one we're having today. The good news is right now with the growth that you all have, from a population growth, but also from a traveler growth. I don't know how to necessarily express that, but you all have a lot of people coming in from outside of your community, and that number is increasing drastically. That helps support another grocery. Now, I will be the first one to tell you, I think that the first one to the table, the first grocer to the table probably is going to have, along with Food Line, is probably going to have a lock on the market for a very long time. I think that we're a very long ways off here from having multiple grocers popping up on every corner. That's not happening anytime soon. So what is good is that the competition of a new grocer also ups the existing grocery story, right? If you guys have spent any time traveling to some of the Kroger markets in Virginia, you probably have noticed that they've gotten new fresh paint. They've gotten some nice new parking lot striping, right? There are improvements that have been made since competitors have entered the market. So what we like to see is that healthy competition. It also, generally speaking, will also increase and better the pricing for that grocery good. So again, I would say right now, I'm not worried about one coming in and immediately kicking anybody out of the market. I think that what it actually would do is it's going to provide two very different experiences, but ultimately benefit and boost that existing grocery.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? We appreciate you coming and speaking with us tonight. You have a good
Absolutely.
evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, next on our agenda is our update on the county financial outlook. Davenport and Company.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good evening. Courtney Rogers from Davenport and Company. Looking for the magic flipper here. All right. So we've been asked to come give you an update as you're heading into budget season here, or in budget season. Give you a financial overview. What we want to talk about tonight is kind of go through the 24 results and kind of things that we've seen. 25 adopted budget. We're going to go through and revisit the credit rating and the most recent, which was about 4 years ago in 21, and commentary provided by the rating agencies. We're going to revisit some key financial policies. We have a couple of updates for you to consider, and then look at the kind of debt levels, where you stand there, where your capacity, where your affordability is, the ability to pay it back, and we'll have some comparisons along that as well. You changing the pages for me? We go to the next page. This isn't working. There you go. Thank you. You can scroll all the way up too, please, sir. Thank you. I know it's a lot to some small print here for those of you with the books. So this is the historic financial observations over the last 6 years. A couple of things that we saw. If you see, revenues have grown over the last 3 years from about 59 million up to 66 million. Part of that is interest earnings with interest rates coming out of the bottom of COVID. As the Fed was raising rates, you've been able to enjoy some increase in interest earnings, so that's added to some additional revenue. General property taxes have increased about $2 million a year, and other local taxes with sales and use and business license, things like that, have grown about $1 million a year. So between those two in particular, you've added about $3 million a year, which is what the budget has grown about $6 million over the last couple of years. However, on the expenditure side, you'll see we've highlighted a couple of lines there. General government, administrative, as well as public safety have grown pretty substantially over the last several years. Just looking at the last three, you can see public safety has gone from about 15 million up to 21 million. That alone has eaten up that 6 million. So we're starting to eat into the revenue growth. What you'll see down at the bottom, for instance, for 24, is that you did get transfers in from ARPA funds that helped you enable basically to break even, I'll call it, just a little bit in the positive there at 300,000 by the time you transferred money out for debt service, as well as some of the pay-go capital that you have in the budget. So looking at the next page, just kind of, again, going back to 24 budget observations, the 24 budget did contemplate a use of 2.7 million of fund balance. But the budget did not contemplate any transfers. The original budget that was adopted to capital funds. So one of the things I want to point out to you all is that essentially that 2.7 was earmarked for recurring expenditures, which basically means you had an imbalanced budget. And while you're able to overcome that because revenues came in over budget, you had ARPA funding that was used as well as expenditures coming in under budget, you were able to break even. But let's say that it wasn't a good year, maybe sales tax dropped, things like that. All of a sudden, we're using fund balance for operations, and that is something the rating agencies do not like to see happen. As we look at the next year in fiscal 25, you've got a little more, about 400,000 more of fund balance used to balance the budget. Now, this budget did include about $1 million of capital, but that still means there's about $2 million of fund balance that's being put in the budget for ongoing operations. And that is even taking into account the fact that you increased the real property tax rate by a penny. So even with that increase, you still use fund balance just to balance the budget. While obviously we haven't finished 25, the hope is that you will be able to have revenues that come in higher than budget and expenditures. But if that doesn't happen, which is possible, you might end up having to actually use some of that fund balance to actually use it for ongoing revenues or expenditures, excuse me. And that, of course, creates a problem as you're looking at your 26 budget because it's just going to keep snowballing. And you can kind of see on this next slide, this is the 23, 24, and 25 adopted budgets in the columns. And I'll draw your attention to that very last line number, which is the G equal E minus F. That's the use of fund balance. So it's been growing over the last 3 years. You did $1 million in 23, you did almost $3 million in 24, and then $3 million again in 25. So it's not going the other direction. It's actually getting a little bit larger there as you go along. So again, as I noted in the box there, you know, one of the things that the agencies do ask us when we're talking to them looking for a new rating is they ask about how you're doing your budgets, and they note, and we'll see if you're using fund balance, and they ask you, are you using that for one time or is that for ongoing? And if we can't answer that it's not for one-time use, then it is looked at as a negative as far as their management aspect of the rating goes. So as a reminder, we enjoy very strong ratings right in the middle of the AA category at a AA2, AA. That's our issuer rating. So it's a very good rating. Again, in 21, Moody's said, you know, that they had some credit strengths on the left-hand side there, talk about the tax-based growth experiencing, you know, some nice growth as we've talked about, as we heard just a moment ago about your growth that's ongoing. You've had healthy reserve and liquidity positions. We'll show that chart here in just a moment. But the challenges, of course, is the debt burden, which we all know, and we are paying it back and taking care of it, and we're within our boundaries. But they did say that one of the things that could lead to a downgrade, as I've highlighted in blue, is operating deficits and narrowing reserve levels. And so that's why we wanted to bring to your attention the use of fund balance, especially for non-one-time uses. On the S&P side, identically, when they talk about budget performance, that was the one, outside of debt, that was the one area we didn't score very strongly. That's a 3 out of 5. It's the way they look at the way they score those areas, 1 being very strong, 2 being strong, and 3 being adequate. But they talk about, again, that even back in 2020, we had an operating deficit. Now, they did note that that's because of capital spending, and they're generally okay with that. But if they can't point to capital spending, then obviously it's a true operating deficit. So again, these policies are important. As I mentioned just a moment ago, it's because of the debt, or not debt, that's the management area of the rating that they look at. You know, these policies basically set up guidelines and frameworks so that your staff can put together the budget based on the historical policies. And so as we looked at those, particularly the fund balance and debt management policy, we wanted to point out a couple of potential adjustments that we'd like for you to consider. Now, on the unassigned fund balance, currently you'll see highlighted in blue, the current policy is basically equal to or greater than 12% with a target of 15%. And then you can see how we've calculated operating revenues, which includes the general fund, school operating, and then so we don't double count it, we subtract out the transfer from the general fund to the school operating fund. But again, we were just talking about the use of fund balance, and you'll note in the policy, it talks about operational, provided the additional funds are for unexpected needs or limited, and then revenue shortfalls, which basically are there to provide and smooth fluctuations caused by economic conditions. And so keep that in mind when you're trying to use that fund balance to balance the budget. Now, as far as potential enhancements, really here it's, we're in talking with staff, thought might be to establish, in addition to the established unassigned fund balance policy, that you set up a budget stabilization reserve. Now this, we could word this to where if you wanted to use it to balance the budget for unanticipated one-time emergencies or unanticipated expenditures, or to smooth revenue fluctuations, maybe putting a number in there around 2 to 5% of the total operating revenues, that you could use that to sort of help that budget stabilization. But that would leave our 12 to 15% alone. The other thing that we were thinking about, we've seen this from some of our other clients, especially in the last couple of years where fund balances have been growing. You'll see on the chart in a moment here, it's grown very nicely, is what do you do with that excess? And so you'll see that very last bullet talks about that should you get to a 25% level, that once you're at that 25% level, any number above that could be earmarked and sent over to the capital projects fund so that you could use it in future years for one-time capital projects. That way, the fund balance just doesn't continue to grow and grow and grow. So we see here on the chart, again, we've seen this with lots of localities coming out of the COVID period where 21 and 22 experienced a lot of growth. Some of that was due in part to some of the monies the federal government was sending down that enabled you to be able to put a little bit of money back. Plus, there was a lot of conservative budgeting back then because we didn't know how COVID was going to affect some of our revenues. You have been using it over the last couple of years, again, for capital purposes for the most part. I know we budgeted some, but we never used it for operations, but we did have some using for capital. And so that's what's brought it down. But it's still very strong. You're still above your policy levels of 15%. So you do have room, should you want to take on that stabilization policy, to take some of those funds out and move it over to a maybe a committed or assigned area of the finances. When you look at the comparison to other AA1s and AA2s in the state, you'll see that you fare very well. There's only a couple that have a little bit higher fund balance as a percentage of operating revenues. So you do have a very, very, very healthy fund balance at the moment. So now switching to the debt side, debt as a percentage of assessed value. Our thought there was 3% has been the policy, 3% of total assessed value of real and personal. For looking at some of the needs we've got out there, our thought was to increase that threshold from 3 to 4%, gives us a little bit extra space in case we have other projects that come up. We know we've got some utility projects possible in the pipeline, so to speak. Sorry for the pun. But you'll notice that I highlighted that Moody's historic range there for the moderate A side is 4%. And so that really, what it does is it goes up to their, at the top end of their moderate side. However, on the other policy, we're not recommending any change to the not to exceed 15%. We do have some recommendations there, which is to basically fine tune some of the language to underscore that the utility fund debt service is considered tax supporting as long as the utility fund is receiving general fund support and should be included in the calculation. But we also want to make sure that if that's the case, we're also using the utility fund's operating revenues so that we're not just focused on the general fund revenues. If we're counting the utility debt, we feel like we should at least count the utilities operating revenues as well. So looking at where we are now in terms of existing debt profile, I want to just remind you, at the end of last year, we had a couple of interim borrowings that we did for equipment lease, as well as some utility and school capital projects. We're going to end up taking those out the next time we're in the marketplace. We're talking about possibly out as far as 2029. We've given ourselves time, but once we are in the marketplace and it makes sense, we'll take these out. For purposes of the schedule, as we're going to see in a moment, we actually have put in an estimate of what that takeout might look like. So just real quickly to remind you, we're going to talk about debt capacity, which is basically, we like to think of it as a credit card limit in terms of that's looking at those two guidelines. And then we're going to look at affordability, which is how do we pay it back? How do we pay that credit card back? Where are the dollars coming from? So we're going to look at those two areas here over the next several slides. So where we stand now, existing general government and schools debt service, it's about 68 million outstanding. That includes this year's fiscal year. So we got about 6 million that'll go away this year. So we'd be down around 62 million at the end of this fiscal year. You can see that graphically, it's level for the next couple of years, and then it drops down a little bit, and then drops down a little bit more, flattens out for about 3 years, and then there's some more stair steps down. When we look at the affordability side, so the first column there is the actual debt service from the previous slide, the total principal and interest. The next column, that 9.1, is currently what you have in your budget for debt service, 9.1 million. So it doesn't match exactly, so there's a little bit of rounding there that's got to come from somewhere that pays that debt service off. But then starting in 27, assuming you keep that 9.1 million frozen in the next successive budgets, essentially you'll have about $500,000 available for future debt. Then the next year, you have that $500,000 plus a little more that gets you to about 1.3. Then it grows from there to about 1.9. So what we did was, for instance, in that last column, we assumed a 20-year level payment, 5% interest rate. How much debt could be supported by the number in the column preceding it? So for instance, using that 2029, if you come across here, $7 million is basically the incremental issuance that you could issue for that 1 year, but you could do 11 million in the previous year and 5 million in the previous year for a total of, I'm around to say 24 million. So essentially 1.9 million could support 24 million by the year 2029. So that's without finding additional revenues from some other source. The existing budget could support another 24 million in about 3 years. I'm sorry, in about 5 years. I forgot the 2 years here. I'm going to pause here to make sure that makes sense. There's no questions. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Stephen.
I've got one. So, and I'm going to go, and I got to work backwards a little bit. So you're saying that we're already in the fund balance some amount.
We have used it for budget purposes. As of 24, we didn't use it because revenues came in stronger.
Some of that was ARPA funds.
And ARPA funds, which went to capital. There was a pretty good sizable amount of capital paid out. I think it was 6 million. It's close to 7 million of capital that you paid for. So let's assume the ARPA went to capital. About 3 million of the other dollars came from the general fund to pay for capital. Some of that came from the fund balance. So if I'm standing in front of the rating agencies, I could say for 24, while you budgeted originally, you weren't using it for capital. You did in the middle of the year decide to spend more on capital, and that fund balance went toward capital. But when you set the budget at this time, a year or 2 years ago for 24, you weren't using it for capital in that budget originally.
What I'm hearing is we were 324 or 323.
300,000, give or take, right?
And then 400,000 in 24 into cash reserve.
It's a little bit confusing because the general fund itself was negative by about 300,000, but overall it was positive because of other dollars coming from other areas. So it's kind of break even in my world. I mean, at that level, it's about to break even.
Yeah, but from a revenue perspective, if we just looked at the revenue side, we were negative.
Let's go back.
Because I'm trying to get
slide 2 or 3 where.
I'm trying to get my head around where we are revenue-wise, because that's what we always
Yeah.
struggle with,
Let's go-
all of us sitting up here.
Yep, I'm go back to like page 2 or 3, please, sir. It's the one that has all the numbers on it. Keep going. Keep one more. One more. Right there. Okay, so total revenue is 66 million. This is, and then you've got total expenditures of 55. So we have revenues over expenditures of 11 million. That's available for capital and debt service, right? So that debt service, remember, was 9.1 million, give or take. So that leaves about 2 million left over for capital. That was what was actually result. What I was speaking about was the budget. So when you had your budget hat on, you were using fund balance to supplement revenues when expenditures were a little bit higher. But when you did that budget, based on what we were seeing, there was no assumed use for pay-go capital at that time. You made that decision later in the year. Is that fair assessment, Charlie?
When we were preparing the 24 budget, we didn't know where the 23 budget surplus would end. In 23, we gained a lot of revenue in personal property due to the massive increase in used cars and cars in general coming out of the pandemic because of the short supply. We gained also on interest rates, federal money, and so we decided once we were in the 24 budget, even though we hadn't planned to spend money for capital projects, to use it, because I think we came ahead $6 or $7 million at the end of the 23, but we don't know that until the fall. We prepared the budget in March.
The spring, right.
So that's the difference when you look down his chart. He's talking about what actually happened. We never know what actually happens. We adopt a budget sometimes 6 months before we know that. So there's this overlap that was going on, especially because of COVID, where revenues were much stronger than, and the other thing was sales tax. We thought it would go down during COVID. It went up, tremendously. So we had a bunch of things that affected our fund balance. So we ultimately, if you can remember, we've moved things to restricted funds for water and sewer projects that we know are going to, because of inflation, going to cost us more. The fire stations, and we bought sheriff's cars, ambulance. We paid cash for a lot of things, but we didn't necessarily always plan for that. It was after
Out of the budget, right?
Yeah.
And that was my question, because these are actual numbers.
This is actual.
Not the budget number.
That's why I was going to go to the budget page, back to that page.
But that's an important thing for us, that our revenue is always much more conservative than actual. Mr. Cully does a good job of predicting.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
The numbers.
He does. Mm-hmm.
So we always come in with better revenue numbers. Doesn't that reflect better to the credit agencies?
It does, but it does, but they always think in a world's falling apart. It's kind of their mentality a lot of times.
We always include part of the fund balance as supporting the budget, hoping that we're going to come.
But use less.
Right, exactly. But what I'm trying to get to is the trend is we are now heading towards using the fund balance because used cars prices have come down again. So the personal property is going to come down. Sales taxes probably come down a little bit because everybody's moving around again. And I'm just looking at where we're trending, which we never get to see at the end. We don't get to see those numbers
at the right time.
Exactly. And I'm visualizing those numbers now because we now get to see the past trend that we didn't use. And we haven't raised taxes. I mean, we've been real steadfast at that we figured growth was going to overcome some of that, and it has, except we've outpaced the growth with other things that we've done. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that, but that's just what's happened.
But that's also part of this, because there are several things we bought this year
You had a
That we
$14 million
pulled-
of, yeah. of-
that we just pulled out of the unencumbered balance,
Right.
which is not really a fair apples to apples comparison on our budget.
And that's one of the reasons why that blue line has a much smaller number than the previous years, is because you transferred out a lot more this
Right.
year than in previous. I think before we go back to the debt side, from the operational and budget side, what I'm seeing from an outsider, kind of looking back at, and I don't live it every day like you guys do, but I see when I come and see these summaries, the thing that jumped out at me was 22 to 24, your revenues went from 60 million to 67. Okay, we'll say $7 million. But your expenditures went from 45 to 55. That's $10 million. That means your revenues only grew 7 million, but your expenditures grew 10 million.
Net loss of $3 million.
Yes, that's a $3 million, shortfall, if you wouldn't call it that, over that 3-year period. So your revenue growth is not keeping up with your expenditure growth, assuming that those all stay in play. And I know part of it, because you're not alone, other clients do the same thing, which is they use the, where you've got positions that are in your budget but unfilled. Okay, so you're not actually making the payments because there's nobody there collecting that check, but it's in your budget. And so those come in as expenditure savings at the end of the year. But as you start coming back to more, full employment, then that's going to be another place where you had cushion that you're no longer going to have cushion. So I guess I guess at the end of the day, when I was going to say at the end though, is I'm waving a yellow flag, not a red flag. The yellow flag is just be careful, because if things slow down, we may end up having to cut into that fund balance to actually pay for operations. If some things in the revenue side slow down, as Charlie was just alluding to, or the expenditure sides come up a little bit faster that we didn't anticipate.
I didn't mean to derail, but I was just trying to wrap my head around
okay.
this page before I go to further debt,
To go to the
because
debt side, sure.
I'm just looking at the bottom blue line of how we've gone down tremendously. And
Yeah, and you've used fund balance, and now you're not adding to it.
right, we're using fund balance, we're not adding to it.
But again, is it better financial policy to not pay for things out of the unencumbered balance during the year?
It's okay to use unencumbered balance for one-time uses. They're okay with that, especially
during the year,
as long as we know at the end of the year we're going to stay above our policy goal, which we've been doing. So that's okay. I tell you what, and I think this is what you're doing, but a lot of our clients you look back, so you're working on budget 26, so you look back at your 24 audit and say, what addition did I use to fund balance? Maybe I can take some of that fund balance and use it for one-time capital on my 26. Because then because you just got your audit back 4, 5, 6 months ago, and you kind of know how much money you came up with. You know what was added to fund balance, and now we know we can put that to use. That's kind of, that's kind of what I was talking about with the financial policy update, was that 25%, if you put it over in capital, there's that additional money in there too.
We talked about the 25%, and we said since our debt to real estate ratio was so high, we needed to keep that additional amount of money to keep the bond rating, which is, this was the discussion 6-8 months ago.
Okay.
With you guys. So I'm trying to wrap my head around, I hear we're at 25%, but we actually talked about changing the policy to raising it to 20% because the bond rating folks wanted to see more money in our fund balance because of the ratios that we had in other places.
And we're kind of getting to that 20% with that stabilization fund, because it's an additional 2 to 5. So if you added 5 to the 15, you'd be at 20. That's
okay.
We're kind of getting there at the same way. We're saying the same thing.
But if we looked at the 24 budget and we said, we only had $306,000.
Right. Then you're like, well, I don't have any to do pay-go with. And that's kind of this whole discussion is about that, where the margins are thinning. And I think part of it is, again, what I've been seeing up there is that expenditure line growing so much faster than the revenue side. How you're not going to be able to sustain that. At some point, your expenditures are going to be eating into those revenues from a fund balance standpoint.
Okay.
So sort of a, hey, let's be, just something to keep an eye on as you're going through your budget deliberations here. Could you get me back to page 18 for me, please, sir? So as he's getting to that page, that's the debt capacity affordability. Again, over the next several slides, we'll talk about those two different topics. So actually you can go right on to I'm sorry, we're a little bit further. Page 20, my apologies. So again, what we're saying here is, at least from the general government side, using the 9.1 million that is currently in your general fund budget, keep that frozen over the next several years. We really don't have any substantial amount of money. You only have about 5.6 million available in 3 years. That's this column here. 11 million in 28, and that's as this debt service goes down, it frees up dollars in the budget that we could turn around and use for other debt service. So if you add those 3 years together, it comes up to about 24 million. So there's really not a lot of dollars there to cover any large projects. So then it's going to be, where do you come up with additional revenues for any potential projects that you may have out there in the future?
And that doesn't include refinancing the 10 million that we already have, does it?
It does, actually. We did include, I'm sorry, let me go back 2 slides. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this thing's jumping ahead. That blue is the projected takeout of what we did last fall.
But it's not in our current, it's not in our current debt because we're paying interest only, correct?
Correct. It's not
accounted for in that chart for this year.
The interest part is. The green is the interest. So the interest is in here. The principal is going to be, we started principal out here in 2031, it looks like.
So we don't start any principal till 2031 on that.
20, a little bit in 2030, it looks like. Just seeing a little bit of blue right there.
Okay.
That's the plan that we put in place. It's not to say we couldn't start it earlier. I mean, we've got.
Yeah, but if we do that, that means that the 24 million that we have available, we have to subtract that 10 straight out, and it becomes 14.
You're exactly correct. So looking at this chart, looking at this chart, which is the blown up version of the previous page, if we do it sooner, it just eats into that gap. So the gap right there gets us about 24 million of debt. The light, that blue, is the takeout of the 24 bands that we did, bond anticipation notes.
So we still have 10 million that we're paying interest only on that we have to pick up at some point in time.
And start paying.
And the earlier we pick it up, the less capacity we have for anything else.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Unless we have additional revenue coming in, right? So looking on the utility side, the utility debt is not exactly level, as you can see, kind of goes down, but it doesn't drop as much as the general government and school side. So there's really very little capacity. We don't even get to 10 million until we get out to 2035.
So let me ask a question there, and I might need Mr. Schiebel or Mr. Cully, but we're doing the sewer line extension that we've borrowed the money for. It's like $11 million is what we started out with, wasn't it? Somewhere in that
I
range.
think overall utilities was 20 million, wasn't it?
So how much more, I mean, where are we in that project and how much more are we gonna have to borrow to finish it?
We're working on the final easement acquisition, and so we started one little phase of it at the plant where we owned the property, but then the whole rest of the project for the interceptor line's got to be bid out, so then we'll know cost after that. We expect, based on when we price that versus where we are today after inflation, it will be significant dollars short of that. So that maybe we put some money aside in a reserve account, and if we may need some more that we may have to, that may be part of the use of where we transfer some of the excess fund balance over policy, given the fact that, you know, barring anything else is going to be difficult.
Because we won't have any money we don't have the money that we can borrow for utilities.
Correct.
I'm just trying to tie everything together that I understand.
So again, this chart just shows really we don't get any significant relief and have dollars available until probably 10 years from now at about 10 million with the existing. So we're going to need additional revenues from another source. Good news, Dawn's almost paid off. So that'll be dollars that go back another 2 more budget years, because that is all paid out of the general fund now. So that'll be dollars that'll go back to the general fund. Now, when we take into account all of this includes all of the permanent financing, if you would, and where we stand on our policies. We are in good shape, and again, we went ahead and moved it up to the 4%, again, to give us a bit more room. And you can see that we've got some room as things are paid down. When you look at where we stand versus others, King George, our neighbors, right there, up there as well. But for the most part, we are above a good bit of the AA1s and AA2s.
We're above, without King George just being a little bit of, we're above every one of those.
Yep. I should say everybody, but King George, we're pretty much above most of those. And looking at that group too, I mean, most of these folks don't have any significant utility projects, and that's the one thing you and King George sort of have in common.
And our debt to percentage of asset value, we are.
It's still not a bad number at 2.5%.
No, but I mean, we can't. How much past that can we go?
So that's what we're showing here is that I'm going to get to the number here in just a second. I'll show you that. Give me just a moment. Let me go to the other policy, which is, again, annual debt service as a percentage of budget, or in this case, revenues. And you'll see that our policy at 15%, we're sort of our bottom end, if you will, we're getting closer to that, but we still got room up to 15%. And again, this does take into account the permanent financing. And again, if we look at that, we have Montgomery and Warren that kind of bump out there with us in terms of size of the budget. Montgomery's basically all schools. We just did some school projects with them a couple of years ago that jumped that up. So coming back around, of those two, the one that we actually bump up against quicker than the other is essentially the debt to AV, the one that we just recommended moving. And so, am I saying that right, Stephen? No, I'll take it back. I'm sorry. Oh, after you changed it around. Okay. He and I were working on that earlier today. So I'll take that back. This is the one we just talked about. This is debt service as percent of revenue. So you see the 15, I see it now, the 15%. Essentially what we've got there is right now, based on a 20-year at 5%, we could go out and borrow $67 million. In terms of, again, this is capacity. We still have to have the dollars to pay that debt back. But just in terms of capacity.
Any idea what it would cost to pay back $67 million? No, what, 20 years, but how much?
Stephen, the annual debt service? Yeah, Stephen will get it in just a minute. He'll pull it up. To give you, while he's doing that, to give you a sense, we just sold, well, we just sold debt to 50, well, I don't know if he can do 50 million, Stephen, if you can do 50. Just to give you a sense of market, we sold bonds for Culpeper County a few weeks ago, I guess about a week and a half ago. And they did 87 million for schools. They're doing a middle school renovation and a new elementary school. And the interest rate was, Stephen, what was the interest rate for Culpeper again? 380. So just under 4%. So still, market's not bad out there. So we're using 5 being conservative is our point. We also saw interest rates jump up right after that. So if we had to go to market, probably this week, we'd be closer to 4%. So roughly about $5.5 million. That's 67, 50, 67. Over 20 years. First, yeah.
10.5 million a year.
5.5
million. I'm sorry, 5.5.
5.5 million for 67 million. And that would put you right up against that policy. Now, and the reason we're able to do another 8 million the next year, 2 things. One, the debt service comes down a little bit, but also you have the growth. We assumed, nominal growth in your budget. I think we did 2%. 1% budget growth. So obviously the budget grows a little bit more, you have a little bit more capacity. So over the next 5 years, essentially with, if you look at that 1% growth, debt service drop down, it's about 100 million. All right. So I think, so that's really it. What I, again, just wanted to kind of recap and just say, again, as we just talked about, using that one-time fund balance for ongoing expenditures could put downward pressure on the ratings the next time we're talking to them. It is something that they do not take lightly. And then we do have a couple of suggested policy updates for you to consider maybe as you're going through the budget discussions this year. And then from a, again, debt capacity perspective, we're roughly about 100 million there over the next 5 years to stay within debt policies. But again, we'll need to find revenues to pay for it. And then affordability side, it's really only about 24 million over the next 5 years, or in 5 years, as far as existing dollars in the budget. Any additional questions?
I'll go with the utility debt. I mean, what we're going to have to borrow to finish utilities. Do we have even a guess, Mr. Collier, what that's going to be, or Mr. Schiebel? I mean, because that's staring at us, and we're getting ready to do that.
Yeah, like I said, until the design is complete, and the engineers could have some estimates on what they think costs are, but obviously the best will be when we put the bid on the street and the numbers come back.
And do we already have money set aside for wells and well sites, or is that?
We do. We put several million we transferred from the fund balance into a reserve fund for well development based on the demand and the growth we were having in industrial use of water. So we knew we were going to have to be committing to well development. You answered the question on Interceptor.
So we are complete with the design on that project. We've seen a bunch of bids coming in the last 6 months, as much as 25 to 30% in addition to where we are today. So we're guessing somewhere around $5 million is what it's going to come in. But until we bid the project, it is a large project, being 8 miles of line. We're going to divide it into several smaller projects, should give us a lot more bidders to be able to do the job. If we did it as one larger project, you'd have a large firm coming in, so you'd really limit your bidders on that.
There's no scalability with the size of bringing the price down, rather than 4 small versus 1 big.
No, because you've got everything from the wastewater plant to the rest area is all new. So that's just going to the rest area. So that would replace that pump station. Right now, we've got an 18-inch main that we're putting in from Pendleton with the new pump station that was just installed. That's going into a 12-inch main. So that really needs to be upgraded to that point. So from the rest area to where Pendleton would discharge along I-95, that would go to a 30-inch. And then you're at capacity at South River, or nearing capacity with that pump station. So you've got to be able to put that pump station in. And with that pump station is the section of gravity from Ladysmith down to where Pendleton connects currently. So that'll be a 24-inch line going in there.
So until we bid, we really don't know. You're guessing $5 additional million.
Yes, sir.
We have anything else pending that we've borrowed for that we're gonna have to?
If we can secure some property, the Ladysmith convenience site, we're probably going to spend everything we've borrowed just on land, and then we're going to have to construct that site as well. So that's probably another $1 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else have a question? Thank you very
All right,
much
thank
for the
you all. Appreciate it.
presentation. Always a
ma'am.
pleasure to see
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Great seeing you.
All right. Now we're to number 2, appointments. Mr. Forehand,
Yes.
Planning Commission for Madison.
Commission, but I have the Board of Equalization, which
All
is
right.
Stephen Levisque. You served prior.
All right. Can you repeat that for the name again?
Stefan Levisk.
Okay. That's equalization.
No, that's.
Motion.
Is that a motion?
Yes, please.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? So moved. Thank you, Mr. Forehand. All right, let's see that, and you're working on, planning commission.
Yes, I 100% have that ready.
All right, thank you. Consent agenda. Is there anything that anyone wants to pull or change on consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve consent as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? So moved. That brings us to our public comment period. Since we were a little late, gentlemen, do you need a break or should we move on?
I need a quick.
All right, let's take a quick 10-minute break.
That's fine.
All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Gentlemen, can we be seated? I'd like to get these children home so they can go to school tomorrow. So mothers can get them up out of bed. All right, we are going to reconvene, and this brings us to our consent agenda, public comments, I'm sorry. I have already read the rules at the beginning of the meeting. Everybody remember? I don't have to read them again, right? We will be polite as we make our statements. All right, is there anyone at this time who would like to make a comment? Please come up to the podium, state your name and your voting district, please.
Good evening, Kevin Collins, Reedy Church District. I try to come to as many public meetings as my schedule allows. I don't do it because I enjoy being away from my family, nor do I enjoy being here. I do it because I care about this county and my family's future in it. I may not have been born here, but my wife's family goes back several generations. During my almost 18 years in Caroline, I have developed a deep appreciation for the rural character that makes our county unique and special. I come here to defend that character, and oftentimes that involves saying things the board may not like to hear. At the last meeting, I brought a matter to the attention of the board that involved a member acting in an official capacity as such at one of our county's public schools. That seems to meet the definition of county business, and certainly something the board should consider as a whole. I did not specify any members by name. Nothing of what I said was malicious. I was passionate because I am a father and it involved my child, so I'm unclear of what rules I broke. Since it's been publicly stated, I would like to formally request a written statement as to what rule I may have broke, and furthermore, I would like to request a list of the lies I have been accused of telling at past board meetings. I only get 3 minutes to speak. That's not a lot in the grand scheme of things, and I think you should be able to provide me a list of these said accusations. I'd like to yield my remaining time to another topic, and that's the need for additional buildings and/or resources for Caroline County Schools. I see a lot of people behind me that are here to passionately speak about this, and that's great. They need to speak towards the school board as well, and not just the Board of Supervisors, because it takes two boards to get these decisions made. And my past experience has been this board here and the school board don't play well together, and that should change. We're all in this to move Caroline forward as one. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Good evening, Karen Collins, Reedy Church District. I'd like to address the exchange that occurred at the March 11th board meeting that was also brought up again tonight for county business. My husband and I are rightfully upset with the situation he reported. And whereas you all may not have liked what he had to say, the bottom line is that what we took issue with was admitted to on public record. I have the transcript here and we'll leave it in case any of you need to refer back to it. It was admitted my son was referred to as the data center guy's kid in company of other adults on site, one who has openly criticized my husband on social media regarding data centers. My husband never claimed our son was abused or insulted and that was alluded to, and he never said no one helped our son with his rocket that day. But we don't appreciate my husband's words being twisted into a different narrative. We've grown accustomed to that happening pretty regularly over the past couple of years and chosen to ignore it, but we're not going to turn a blind eye when it involves our child. Whether this board wants to believe it or not, what was said to our son was inappropriate because it was completely unnecessary and made my son feel uncomfortable. Anyone who has attended a single meeting here where my husband has spoken could recognize that there are members who do not care for him. In fact, one longstanding member's disdain for him was clearly articulated on record at the last meeting. So I have no reservations believing that our son, who has attended several meetings, was smart enough to pick up on a negative connotation. Additionally, what my husband didn't mention was that after being announced as the data center guy's son, those same adults loaded my son's rocket. The only rocket in his group that failed to launch correctly. While I assured him that must have been coincidental, it's not difficult to see why a child would have been upset and felt singled out. Every member on this board knows my husband's name, so there's no excuse to use politically charged descriptors in its place, especially in this particular setting. Why announce who my son was at all? What did what did his father or data centers have to do with the event, and why would it matter that the other adults on site know who his dad was? If an introduction was necessary, how about just referring to him by his name? There was no positive spin here. My son was announced to others as basically the son of the thorn of someone's side. He knew it, they knew it. And if any person would rather attempt to invalidate my child's feelings than admit that what they said was inappropriate, I think that's more of a reflection on their character than ours. What seems clear now is that so much of the hateful chatter we've heard circulating in the community about my husband and the sources behind it no longer seems so far-fetched. In this instance, the only thing he accused anyone of saying was admitted to, but somehow in a matter of seconds, it was spun into him being a liar that accused people of child abuse and insults. I can only easily words are twisted.
Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment? Hi, Jesse.
Good afternoon. Give me a second to pull my phone up. I'm Jesse Rollins, and I'm from the Mattapanai District. Been out of commission for a little while, but it's good to be back. First of all, I would like to thank you. Technology works. I would like to thank you for the support of our educators with the supplies for their classrooms. This has supported resources for all of our students. And so on behalf of Caroline's Promise, I would like to thank you, Caroline's Promise and our educators. Next, as we wait for what it will look like when the dust settles, my request and my prayers and my hope is for us to be intentional about making sure that the children of our community do not get overlooked, especially our preschool babies. Family structures and needs are different today. The purpose of our preschool program is to give our early learners that head start that sets them up for success. When was the last time either of you spent a day in a preschool classroom or a kindergarten classroom to experience the developmental stages of our youngest learners? Socially, emotionally, and physical development, birth through 5, is the foundation for all students. We know that everything we need in life we learned in kindergarten, but not when children come to school not ready. They don't know how to sit and listen, hold a book, walk, hold a crayon, pencils, or scissors, the letters in their names, ABCs, or numbers. When a child is read to, they have heard millions and millions of words, and they're ready for reading. Some of our children are not read to. Some of them are not taught their real names, and they don't know the difference between a number or a letter. Our preschool program gives those babies what they need to be ready for school. I understand funding and how money does not grow on trees. And being in the retired stage of my life, I am personally looking for a money tree. But I also understand we have a responsibility to look out for our youngest learners. Maybe funding will go to the states to keep all the programs that impact the education of our children, and then maybe not. We have to work together towards a common goal, which is the children of our community and what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Good evening. My name is Brooke Williams, and I believe I'm from the Western Caroline District. I've served as the president of the class of 2027 at Caroline High School for 2 years consecutively, and I'm an avid member of the Student Superintendent Advisory Committee. I want to highlight the urgent need for updates at our school. While we've seen improvements in the office and new gym, we must recognize that our high school needs much more than what's currently visible. Beyond the office or gym lies the stark reality of Caroline. Our school is overcrowded, unclean, and fundamentally disheartening. Hallways are chaotic, resembling stampedes during transitions, while the boxy design forces students to walk in circles and navigate cramped staircases. Once in class, the stark concrete walls create a confining environment. And as for windows, you're lucky if your class has even one. If you're one of the many students involved in a sport, you have a right to expect a safe and suitable playing environment. However, not all athletes are as fortunate. The condition of the soccer and field hockey field has become a pressing issue that cannot be ignored. Currently, the soccer field is hazardous due to its uneven ground, making every game or practice a risk, not from opponents, but from the very surface beneath your feet. Additionally, baseball players are forced to train and compete off campus because our school lacks a dedicated stadium for their use. This situation is not just unfortunate. It highlights a glaring inconsistency in our commitment to community as our students are being divided due to inadequate facilities. It's time for action to address these issues and ensure all athletes have the resources they deserve. Additionally, the disconnect between teachers and students is alarming. While I appreciate all of our teachers, many lack the passion and desire to be here, which impacts student education. Opportunities at Caroline are dwindling. And as the vice president of our Beta chapter, I'm concerned our chapter may not have a sponsor next year due to our current sponsor's retirement, causing the downfall of Beta as a whole. Finding a new sponsor seems impossible with so few passionate teachers available. And for the teachers who are passionate, they're already working in multiple fields or leading other clubs, so who's left for us? Many people, including myself, depend on this club for scholarships and hope to see an equal focus on academic clubs as there currently is on athletic teams. Caroline has a lot of potential, but we're more reactive than proactive, and new ideas often come too late. So, now, I beg of you, don't ignore the growth in our schools. After all, how can we grow in an environment we're drowning in? Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else like to speak?
Hi, Kyle Ferris, Bowling Green Voting District. I currently teach at Bowling Green Elementary School. In the past 4 years, I've watched my administration make the best out of what they have. I respect the decisions they've had to make to ensure that our students are safe and learning. Over the course of these years, I have seen support staff move their workspaces into the hallways because we don't have the necessary space for them to provide those intervention services that our students really need. Teaching kids in a quiet room can be challenging at times. I can't imagine what it's like to try to work with 5, 6 kids in the middle of the hallway, with students walking around, trash cans moving about. I can't imagine the distractions. If you take a walk through our school, it won't take long to find one of the many corners of the hallways that our support staff use to provide those services. As for our special education teachers, who already at the beginning of this year were sharing rooms as offices with multiple other teachers, they were asked to give up their workspace to make room for another classroom. Of course, they said yes, because it's for the kids. However, they need a place to work and a place for them to store their supplies as well. So I currently share my classroom and storage spaces with another teacher. Our innovation specialist cannot pull groups for her lessons because she does not have a classroom to herself. We have a bathroom that is half taken up by storage because there is nowhere else to put it. I completely understand that there is a process for everything. However, we're full. There are more houses coming, and with that comes more students, but we're full. There is no more space for classrooms in our school. We have a 5-year plan. The district has proposed a 5-year plan, but we don't have 5 years. We're full now. I have 2 facts to finish off. Last week, Bowling Green Elementary School registered 11 students in just the last week. And before that, since January, we enrolled 39 new students. Each classroom averages about 20 students, which means that that's the average of about 2 classrooms since January. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Anaya Johnson, and I'm currently a sophomore at Caroline High School and the Commonwealth Governor School at the King George site. I've also served as vice president of the class of 2027, as well as a member of the Superintendent Student Advisory Board. I'm here today to discuss and advocate for the much-needed renovations and/or additions to our high school, middle school, and elementary schools. For decades, these schools have served as a center for learning and growth within our community. Specifically, Caroline High School has, and continues to, prepare the bright minds of our county for greatness in areas far beyond Caroline. However, many areas of our facilities are severely lacking the aptitude to foster an environment that supports the academic and extracurricular development of our students. For starters, it's impossible to get to and from classes during the day without feeling suffocated by the increased traffic caused by our subpar hallways. I'm sure that any of my fellow students can share their own stories of being hip to hip in the hallways while trying to make it to class before the tardy bell rings. Secondly, the current state of our classrooms is far from ideal. Over half of the classrooms lack a sufficient form of natural lighting, layouts that accommodate larger class sizes, and many more aspects that make a classroom interactive and enjoyable. These issues have become far more accentuated to me since I've attended classes at King George High School, where in my opinion, their school infrastructure exceeds the needs of its students. Caroline also faces a deficit in its sports facilities. As someone who is currently on the soccer team and has been playing the sport since my enrollment at CMS, there's no denying the inadequacy of our fields. At the high school level especially, the field utilized by football, field hockey, and soccer during their respective seasons is bumpy and incredibly inconvenient to play on. Not only does this cause issues for our teams, but also for visiting teams who shamelessly voice their dislike towards playing at our school. For our teams that are full of such bright and talented athletes, it is truly a shame to carry a reputation based on elements that are far outside of our control. I'm aware of and understand that renovations require a large investment, but I wholeheartedly believe that this will pay off in unimaginable ways. You simply cannot put a price tag on the joy and pride that will be felt by your students as a result of enhanced learning experiences, higher academic achievement, and positive school culture. I ask that you closely consider the points I made today and prioritize the renovations of our facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Mary Bevan, and I reside in the Lake District. My daughter is a first grader at Lewis and Clark Elementary School, and I'm here today to address the need for school improvements and additional learning space for the students of Caroline County in light of the growing population. When I was in third grade in Prince William County, Virginia, a new elementary school was opened, and many of my classmates moved to the new school. By the time I was in fifth grade, though, classes were already meeting in trailers due to the needs of the growing student population and the lack of available space. I am fearful that Caroline County is headed in a similar direction if immediate action is not taken. Last year, Lewis and Clark Elementary was already 64 students over capacity, and I would expect that number is even higher today due to the continuous home construction in our community. With both Lewis and Clark and Bowling Green Elementary schools already experiencing overcrowding, it is imperative that plans be made and implemented quickly to attend to the needs of the community. As the county grows, it is vital that students have safe, inviting classrooms where they are supported in learning foundational skills and provided opportunities to reach for higher achievements. To ensure this happens, the need for additional classrooms must be addressed without delay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aiden Bassett. My district is Western Carolina, and I'm here to speak on the conditions at Caroline High School and the facility study done for it. I'm a junior who attends Caroline High School, and along with another student named Faith Beasley, I host the Cav Talk podcast. On February 21st, we hosted a podcast with Dr. Calveric talking about the facility study and what it would mean for the county. Prior to this, I was sent a few presentations about the study itself so that I could research and write appropriate questions for it. The current conditions that staff and students experience at CHS are rather cramped. Often the halls will be completely full, with most people being shoulder to shoulder when going to classes. According to the University of Virginia's Weldon Cooper Center, Caroline County is the fourth fastest growing county in Virginia, with a 9.3% increase from 2020 to 2024. As a matter of fact, Bowling Green Elementary and Lewis and Clark Elementary are already overpopulated, reaching capacity in the 23-24 school period. A denser student body leads to numerous safety issues and subpar learning conditions, especially during this teacher shortage. If we have this large of a population, how can we ensure that, say, in the event of a fire, all students can make it out safely in time? During potential tornadoes, how can we ensure that everyone is able to fit in a safe spot? Something must be done soon to alleviate the pressure both on building and on staff. Time and time again, we've had teachers out sick with no substitutes to cover their classes, leading to multiple classes being in either the library, auditorium, or combined with another class. These students are not able to get the quality of education that they need if they're practically not able to be taught. While it's not the fault of the school that is happening, construction and employee vetting takes time after all. Inaction will lead to more and more people having to be taught in trailers outside, more teachers leaving for better pastures, higher traffic in and around the school, safety issues, etc. In the facility study slideshow I was sent, dated to January 13th of this year, all 4 options discussed in addition to the high school, which does show that plans are being made to fix these issues. Each option in the document had at least a 7-classroom addition to the school, which at 700 square feet each would add at least 4,900 square feet of space. With an estimate of 25 students per classroom, provides space of 175 students. Other options were also discussed for expansion to the middle school and to certain elementary schools, even the option of building a brand new elementary school. One of the student suggestions I've heard is to remove the lockers which go unused during the day, and to my knowledge have not been used since before quarantine. This new space would benefit students by reducing traffic density in the hall so that students may get to their classes quicker. The new classrooms may also help obtain the education they need and lighten the load on teachers. Lightening the load on teachers will also improve their morale, which in turn would improve student morale. If improvements are made to facilities used for student activity and extracurricular activities like sports, theater, mass media, etc., student morale and behavior will undoubtedly improve. We need to think more for the future and not simply just for more space. I've also heard plans to expand the county in general, which would bring in much needed funding for the school, but with the expansion of housing and businesses, the population will grow in tandem, only furthering the need for more space. There's talks of a data center being built somewhere in the area, and I must ask, how will the revenue generated not just by the data center, but by new businesses in general, be allotted for educational funding? A decision must be made, and quickly, before the problem starts growing so much that when expansions are finally done, the school is simply back to being crowded again due to the time it took. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Brooke Brown, and I am from the Milford District. I am an exceptional education teacher at Bowling Green Elementary in the collaborative setting, and I've been a member of this community my entire life. And my children now attend Bowling Green Elementary and are a member of this community as well. Did you know at Bowling Green Elementary there are around 168 students with disabilities, which makes 20% of our student population? And there are more being referred every day. We have many wonderful exceptional education teachers at our school who are sharing spaces. Teachers who are trying to provide that needed intervention services, while other teachers are also needing their room to provide those same exact services. There are others who don't even have a space to utilize, except for small corners in the library, hallways with a bench, in their co-teacher's classroom, or resorting to find a random room in the school. There's no space for them to plan, to make phone calls to families, and even hold necessary meetings such as IEPs and eligibilities, especially when the conference room is being utilized because there's only one, and there's 168 students with disabilities. Exceptional education teachers have nowhere to pull their students for a distraction-free environment. With this growing community, we need a solution now, not 5 years from now. If we want people to continue to live and work in Caroline, we need a plan, especially with our growing rate of students with disabilities. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kara Kelly-Penoff, or Miss K, as my students call me. I am in the Reedy Creek District, and I have the privilege of serving as one of the school counselors at Bowling Green Elementary. I moved to Caroline County 2 years ago, actually, for this role, and in that time, I've witnessed firsthand the growth happening in our community and the direct impact it has on our schools. As more families choose to make Caroline County their home, student enrollment continues to rise across our schools, and especially at Bowling Green. The growth is a testament to the strength and appeal of our community, but it also presents challenges that we must address proactively. Many of our students enter school with diverse academic, social, and emotional needs, requiring individualized attention, counseling, and intervention services. Our educators and support staff are deeply committed to providing the best for our children, but we need the resources, the space, and the staffing to effectively meet the demands of a growing student body. As a school counselor, I see these challenges firsthand every day. I work with students who are struggling with social and emotional difficulties, experiencing food insecurity, or facing housing instability. These are barriers to learning because a child cannot focus in their classroom if their basic needs are not met. As you plan for the future of Caroline County, I urge you to prioritize education and discussions about growth and development. Investing in our schools is investing in the future of this community. Expanding school facilities, increasing support staff, and ensuring adequate funding for student services will not only benefit the children and families we serve, but also contribute to the long-term success of Caroline County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Hope Barkley. I'm Port Royal District. I didn't do like everybody else. I didn't sit here and write a speech because each one of us, we're all human and we all see on the same lines. Nobody's superior to anybody else. Our issue at Bowling Green is I am a peer. I am what they just spoke of. I sit on a bench with my students. I sit in a hallway. I am outside of an art room. These students pass me trying to get to PE every day. They are loud. There is a hopscotch thing on the floor for the kids to get energy out right at my area. My kids cannot focus. Some of these kids do have disabilities where it takes a lot to get them to focus on what I am trying to teach them. I am trying to help them. We are a Title I school. These students need us, and we need the space to be able to have that private, one-on-one, small group time to get these students to really focus on us. I have 2 kids there. One of my kids does have a disability, and he struggles with focus. I see this one-on-one with him at home. I see this in each one of these students. We've got to have some kind of space. I was told at the beginning of the year, I'm sorry, Ms. Barkley, we do not have a space for you. We do not have a classroom for you. You'll have to find somewhere to sit. My personal belongings are out in the open for anyone to come by and take. Someone could easily come in my back door when the doors are open from a student going out to PE, and they could come into that school and they could get my stuff. Yes, we have cameras back there. There's a big safety issue. Yeah, we have a tornado. Guess what? Bowling Green is full of windows. There's no safe place for all these kids. Fire marshal comes in. Guess what? We are way over capacity. These kids don't deserve this. I moved here 2 years ago. I didn't grow up here. I wasn't born here, but my family is from here. And these students really need this bigger school. They need this space. And one of these days, those kids are going to be where you're sitting right now because they're going to be looking up to what you did for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Michael Mudd, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Instruction in Caroline County Schools. During the March 11th Board of Supervisors meeting, discussion regarding the school division's request for a joint board meeting involved questions and comments associated with the CCPS preschool program. Tonight, I want to provide some basic information regarding preschool funding streams, programming, and space utilization. Preschool services are critical to our most at-promise households, supporting access to instruction that yield academic and social-emotional readiness skills to eligible children with the greatest need. CCPS offers preschool for 3- and 4-year-olds in a full-day service model. Select students in early childhood special education may have a modified school day schedule, which is driven by their individualized education plan. We have 252 3- and 4-year-olds this school year in 15 preschool classrooms across 3 elementary schools. We have 5 classrooms at Lewis and Clark, 6 classrooms at Bowling Green, and 4 classrooms at Madison. We receive extensive funding from Federal Head Start in the amount of $1,296,479.08, Federal Title I in the amount of $120,000, $53.98, Virginia Preschool Initiative state funding in the amount of $638,531, federal funding for early childhood special education in the amount of $21,475. And we utilize a combined state-local funding stream to support ECSC in the amount of $287,779.98, as well as a required match for VPI of $89,647.35. In the current school year, our elementary schools are educating 334 kindergarten students. 43% of these students did not receive a preschool education prior to entering kindergarten. Our rural community with very limited childcare options paired with high costs associated with private childcare or preschool makes our CCPS preschool programming essential to our community. As we work together to address growth in enrollment, program and service expansion, and space usage, I extend an open invitation to each of you to reach out to me for specific information related to preschool with the school division, related to preschool in the school division. Inclusion of our youngest learners in the current and future facility planning meetings is a priority that must remain at the forefront of our conversations. We have prepared a full presentation outlining in more detail our preschool enrollment, funding, and teaching and learning data that you may find helpful. Copies of this presentation will be provided in hard copy to each of you this evening. We'd be happy to return at a later date to share the presentation with you. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you. My name is Kelly Wanrow. I'm the art teacher at Bowling Green Elementary School. I do not live in a Caroline County voting district. Tonight, I have heard the finance people, sorry, Discord, was that their name? Finance guy. He said he was waving a yellow flag as far as our finances, not a red flag. And the gentleman who spoke about the growth of our grocery stores said Caroline is handling that growth well. I would like to start by resounding here to second what my colleagues and the parents at our schools have said, and also to be the one to wave the red flag and say I disagree that we are handling the growth well. We have approved new home developments, and now you're looking at new grocery stores, but you have not funded your schools to keep up with that development. Lewis and Clark Elementary School is over capacity. Bowling Green Elementary School is over capacity. Brookwood has been developed over the last few years, right next door to Bowling Green, while we have to share this community center. Our gym is here. This is our auditorium. We are looking at the need for more space because, like you've heard, our students are in the hallway. They're in the corners and the nooks and crannies. We have no more space for teachers, and we have no more space for students. Tonight, you guys have proposed to look into the Low Massey Park Community Center addition. That is a price tag of 1.5 million, upwards of 2.6 million. I am here to implore you to use what the presentation prior to us said. We have 23.9 million that we have access to for schools specifically without additional revenue. I'm here to implore you tonight to please direct those funds towards your schools, because the next place they're looking for classrooms, at least at Bowling Green Elementary School, is coming from the art room, the music room, and the library. Lewis and Clark Elementary School has 2 art teachers and 2 art classrooms. Same for music, there's 2. Same for library, there's 2 librarians. I think there's only 1 library. And there's 2 PE teachers as well. So the discrepancy there is that Lewis and Clark has the capacity to house and teach all of their classes for their over 1,000 students, where our 836 are looking at losing their classrooms where they can come for art, music, and library. We have to come here for PE. We don't even have a PE of our own to call our own at Bowling Green Elementary School. Like you've heard many times, this needs to happen now, not in 5 years. So I would really, really like for you to consider everything that's been said tonight when you're making a decision on where to spend this money, because it needs to be going to our schools. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Chair Long, Vice Chair Foreman, members of the members of the board. I am Marcia Stevens, Chief Operations Officer at CCPS and a homeowner in the Port Royal District. Over the last 2 years, it was brought to my over the past 2 weeks, it has been brought to the school board's attention that there was some dialogue by Caroline County elected officials regarding potential renovations of Lotus Academy as a pre-K 2 facility. While we're absolutely open to idea generation in the current phase of determining facility options, we wanted to highlight why this is not a viable recommendation. While the original structure was built as a school in 1968 and expanded in 1992, the findings of the architectural engineering assessment make it clear that renovation is neither cost-effective nor functionally practical. The building has been rated poor in 6 key infrastructure categories, ranging from roofing to mechanical systems to code compliance and ADA accessibility. Even limited repairs over the next 6 years are projected to cost nearly $9.7 million, without bringing the building up to modern educational standards. To fully renovate the building, including underground utilities, we're looking at a cost of $15 million, which is 86% of the cost of constructing a brand new school. And even with that level of investment, the renovated building will still fall short of today's safety and educational design standards. When considering long-term growth projections, up to 409 additional pre-K 5 students over the next decade, a new facility offers the flexibility and scalability we simply cannot achieve through renovating of Lotus Academy. A full redesign of Lotus building would still face size limitations, layout inefficiencies, and future maintenance risks due to its age. In summary, while Lotus Academy served this community well for the past decades, the numbers and functionality do not support its reuse. In relation to the Lotus Academy building, the forward-thinking and economically sounding path is to invest in new construction, a facility designed for the future, built for modern learning, and capable of serving our growing population efficiently and effectively. We provided Mr. Cully this evening with a robust report on this topic from our RMM architects during the workshop to provide to you all. Thank you for your continued commitment to the students and the families of Caroline County.
Thank you. Thank you for that information, Marcia. Anyone else?
Good evening, Chair Long, Vice Chair Forehand, members of the board. I'm Lisa Stevens for the Mackinac District. I'm a licensed driver, so I appreciate the work you do on our roads. I'm a mother of a Caroline deputy, so I appreciate the work you do for safety, fire, and EMS. I'm a shopper, so I appreciate the work you do for our local businesses. I have been a subcontractor for Bowling Green as the coordinator of the Bowling Green Harvest Festival and the parade, so I appreciate your support of community events and activities. I'm a taxpayer, so I appreciate a fiscal sound budget and governments that you handle. I'm also a grandmother of a Bowling Green student. The piece of the fiscal governance puzzle is complex and you have a big job, and I am more than probably do not understand all that comes to play. But the piece of the puzzle that I'm concerned about is schools, especially Bowling Green Elementary. Your budget each year has to be divided, and we understand that, to serve the needs of everybody in the county. Please let this year the focus be to fully fund schools and to look at the facility needs. I ask that you make this a fiscal priority this year, and let's take action sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? If there is anyone else that would like to speak, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Thank you all for your comments. We now have a public hearing, RC 032024.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Your public hearing tonight is RZ 03-2024, Belmont Villas Age Restricted Community. The applicant's requesting approval of a rezoning from B1 business to PRD planned residential development to allow for a 72-lot age-restricted subdivision. The subject parcel was rezoned to B1 in 2004 in conjunction with the Belmont subdivision. This parcel is intended to provide commercial space between the Belmont subdivision and Route 207. One commercial project was completed on parcel 83A B1A1, containing approximately 2.5 acres and is currently occupied by the PACS Urgent Care. The proposed rezoning would encompass 9.8 acres of the existing 20-acre parcel for age-restricted housing. The remaining 10.3 acres of the subject parcel would remain undeveloped and zoned B1. The subject parcel is located on the north side of Route 207, approximately 0.3 miles from north of Carmel Church Loop. The parcel is bounded on the west by Belmont Boulevard and commercial structure housing PACS Urgent Care, on the north by the Belmont Subdivision residential parcels, and on the east by the Traverse Street extension that will connect Belmont Subdivision to Route 207 at the Enterprise Parkway intersection. The applicant's GDP shows 72 townhomes and 5 to 8 unit clusters located on 9.8 acres. The 25-foot landscaping buffer shown in yellow is shown to provide screening between this project and the single-family detached homes in the Belmont subdivision. The buffer is noted to stay in a natural state and be replaced with similar plantings where the buffer is removed due to construction. The Belmont subdivision has an existing 25-foot buffer directly adjacent to the subject parcel, which will result in a 50-foot buffer between Belmont and the proposed Belmont Villa subdivision. The applicant has proffered to construct the remainder of Colonel Armistead Drive in accordance with the original design of the Belmont subdivision. At the time that Traverse Street extension is constructed, the connection to Traverse Street by Colonel Armistead Drive will be completed. Traverse Street extension is proffered to begin construction prior to the issuance of the 300th building permit in the Belmont North subdivision and has a site plan currently in process. Colonel Armistead Drive is proposed to be a public road constructed by the applicant to VDOT standards. The roads within the Belmont Villas proposed subdivision are proposed to be private and maintained by the POA. The applicant's GDP shows pedestrian access provided internally along the residential streets and along Colonel Armistead Drive. The GDP depicts townhouses as 2-story units with 1-car garage and driveway for parking. At request of the Planning Commission, the applicant has added a 20 by 20 pavilion shown in blue, a 46 by 60 dog park shown in green, and a walking trail shown in orange around the stormwater pond for passive recreation. Should the rezoning request be approved, the remaining 10.3 acres will stay zoned B1 and be accessed via Colonel Armistead Drive as it develops. The comprehensive plan shows this area as commercial office in the Carmel Church Community Plan with a residential designation directly adjacent to the north. A portion of this parcel containing 10.3 acres is proposed to remain B1 business for commercial office use. The comprehensive plan notes under future land use section in Chapter 8 that boundaries of areas designated for specific land uses should be considered general and approximate. Age-restricted housing is the only type of residential product not included within the Belmont subdivision. The addition of this residential use type adjacent to the Belmont residential subdivision and providing the originally planned connectivity within the Belmont development would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Agency comments were provided and addressed. VDOT provided comments and the applicant has addressed the comments and resubmitted the GDP. The VDOT comments are not material to the design of the project or the functionality of the road network, and if approved, will be addressed during the site plan review. The Planning Commission requested adjustments to the GDP during the public hearings to ensure parking of vehicles will not impede the pedestrian accommodations and the addition of community and passive recreation space. The applicant made the adjustments requested by extending driveway lengths to 20 feet to accommodate larger vehicles, added the pavilion and the walking path around the stormwater management pond as community space, and the dog park for passive recreation. At the February 27, 2025 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission motioned to forward this application to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval. The applicant has offered the following proffers for this rezoning: age restriction to a 55 and older community, construction of Colonel Armistead Drive as a public road and connection to Traverse Street with pedestrian connections. Internal roads will remain private and be maintained by the POA. The applicant has also proffered substantial conformance with the GDP and architectural designs for the community. And this concludes the staff presentation. I'm happy to address any questions that you may have.
Does anyone have any questions at this time? Mr.
Before the public? Yes. You mentioned driveway length, and that sparked my interest. Where is that measured from and to?
It's measured from the garage door to the sidewalk is 20 feet.
To the
To the
house side of the sidewalk?
house side of the sidewalk, so that a 20-foot long truck would not impede the pedestrian accommodations.
Okay, great, because I run into that issue in Ladysmith Village where even a family car blocks the sidewalk entirely in a couple inopportune spots. So thank you for doing that.
All right, I'll save any other questions for now. All right, we're going to open the public hearing and then come back for questions. All right, the public hearing for Carmel Church Investments LLC owner is now open. If you would like to speak, please come forward, state your name. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, would you like to speak? You certainly have the podium if you would like to.
Yeah. Thank you. For the record, my name is Henry Wilton, and I represent Wilton Acquisition. I must say one thing after listening here. Y'all have an extremely hard job, especially with schools. And I guess that's why I have an age-restricted project, which won't have any children. So that's one good point. This property's been owned by the Harts for a number of years, and with a number of partners. They own part of the property further to the east of it. They have an interest in some of the commercial property along 207 there too. This has been basically a 20-acre parcel that they've been trying to develop commercially. They came to me when I was involved in another project that's just 5 minutes away that just started 75 townhouses on cool water. That project, we just finished the plans in December, and that's due to go ahead and bring on product next year. So that I've been up here for a while now and trying to go ahead and get everything done. But the Eastwood's the builder in that project. We haven't picked a builder yet for this project. It might be Eastwood. We've had 3 builders come to us in regard to that. This obviously is an age-restricted project. It's going to allow a number of people that want to go ahead and stay in the area to go ahead and be close to their children and their grandchildren. There are no available age-restricted lots or homes for sale in this area now. I think Maple Grove was completed about 1.5 years ago, and the last units were done there. These units, they're 72 units. They run between 1,600 and 1,800 square feet. The projected cost is around $375 to $385. The amenities include, again, the dog park and the 20 by 20 pavilion. It's got a fireplace in it. Some walking paths. We did go ahead we were asked to extend the driveways to 20 feet. Actually, we had enough space. We went to 21 feet on all the driveways. So you've got even an extra foot, because at one point, I think some of them were 18, so we redid the plan, and now we have 21 on all of them. The parking required is 144 units. We have 172 units. So we have an additional 28 units. Obviously, we don't have any children. Since this is age restricted, they can come in and spend a little time with their grandparents or whatever, but they certainly can't stay there, and they're not going to be attending any schools. The density is approximately 7.2 units per acre. The maximum density is 10 units to the acre. We did go ahead and go through another traffic analysis. It generates about 700 trips per day, but these trips are during the non-peak hours. All of these are obviously first floor masters, 0 entry level, as far as there are no steps involved. We will go ahead and extend Colonel Armstead That'll help the front 10 acres be open for commercial development. That's what they want. They're going to go ahead and hold it for that. I think when we connect Armstead and Travelers is put in by the developer of several hundred units that are under site review now, between those two, I think you'll see the development of the commercial area as soon as possible. Right now, they do have the benefit of some medical offices next door. I know because I got my COVID shot there, so I know that they have that opportunity. We think this is a good use again because there's a lack of it, even with the new development next door. There are no age-restricted units in there, and it gives the people that want to go ahead and stay in the area and want to be in an age-restricted facility, it gives them that opportunity. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Let's have, should we have the public hearing and then bring you back up to answer questions? Because there may be some new ones.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to speak on this topic, please come forward. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your voting district. Is there anyone who would like to speak? One who would like to speak? Hearing none, this public hearing is closed. Now, Ms. Forehand, you had a question.
Just one quick one, if I gotta remember it now.
Take your time.
Oh,
yes, sir.
I assume everything is totally maintenance free. Their HOA covers exterior landscaping, everything.
Yes, it does. Yes.
Does it cover the roof?
Yeah, they're not cutting any grass or anything like that.
Okay. Does it cover the roof by chance?
The what?
Would the HOA encompass the roof for?
It'll encompass the maintenance of the roof and everything else, yes.
Okay. But not have a fund to replace the roof and.
They'll go ahead and analyze how much they need in reserves and go ahead and do that. There'll be obviously an active HOA with reserves for all that.
Okay, I didn't know if they went that far. All right, thank you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I just got a couple first.
Mr. Thomas?
Thank you. They're from Mr. Pennington. Thank you, sir. Mr. Pennington. During your presentation, you said something to the effect that this project was non-conforming with the Belmont Master Plan.
So the comprehensive plan shows this parcel in front of Belmont subdivision as commercial development, and then the residential development is directly behind it. And so for the comprehensive plan, it's not compliant with what is shown in the comprehensive plan. However, the comprehensive plan says that boundaries should be general and approximate, and the residential subdivision is directly behind it.
Okay. The other question I had for you, and I'm sure you know it, Belmont North, which we approved last year or the year before last, I'm not sure now. They have, 50 age-restricted houses in their project?
No, the Belmont North subdivision, the original proffers had age-restricted product in there. Mm-hmm. The proffer amendment that was approved last year took out the age-restricted product. So there is no age-restricted product on the 526 units in the Belmont North subdivision.
Okay. Thank you. That was it.
I've got a bunch, and they're mostly for the applicant. My first concern is we're creating another subdivision that's got to drive through a current subdivision on a road that's proffered after the 300th building permit. Nobody knows when that's going to take place. So how do you propose? Are you going to fix the road and then bill the current owner of Belmont North to do that?
The developer of Belmont 2 or whatever has to go ahead and put that road in. But our analysis with the traffic, right now is with their extension of Colonel Armstead, that gives us a good enough access in regard to VDOT and what they think right now. Well, ultimately, certainly they want that connected, and we met with VDOT obviously prior to doing this. What we're doing is we're going to do a temporary turnaround right there. You should be on the plan there. We will bond the connection until it's ready to go ahead and go into the.
But you're depending on another developer to develop a road that's going to handle the majority of your traffic, correct?
No, right now the majority of our traffic can be handled by the road system that's in place. When I put in Colonel Armstead, that will take us out to the main road right there and then get us onto 207.
Yeah, but the main road is what they've proffered to fix. They have proffered to fix, what is the name? I have it written down here somewhere.
What, you talking about Travelers Road or the?
No, I'm talking about, nope. It's the main road that goes into Belmont. And they have actually proffered, to fix that, which you've got to drive through a subdivision to get to your subdivision because that was zoned commercial. It has no other entrance except through Belmont.
Right. We get to the span road of Belmont.
And to say that your traffic is only going to be off peak, 55 and older, I mean, I don't know about your age, but I'm a lot older than 55 and still working every day and leaving in the morning. And delivery trucks into the subdivision add a good bit of traffic with Amazon, UPS, and all the other services that deliver stuff. But it's you brought up VDOT, and I have the March 13th, 2025 report from them. I'm sure you have a copy of it.
Mm-hmm.
And they said the fifth submission, fourth review, and there's still 2 pages of issues with VDOT. And I don't see how that's not, from our staff, not an issue for this, because one of them's even the sidewalks are not shown in the right place. So I have a little bit of concern with that because to me, the VDOT issues on the 5th submission should have been resolved.
We answered those questions. They asked us to go ahead and redefine our answers a little bit better. We actually have done that and sent them back, and they're under review still.
But this letter's dated the 13th of March from VDOT.
When we turned in our information, it took VDOT 60 days to get back to us for one submittal.
That's normal. I mean, everybody does the same thing. That's absolutely normal. My other question is, which I found interesting reading this, is that you originally applied for 62 lots in the first submission, and that was approved. And then you resubmitted, and I'm curious why you resubmitted for 72 when you had 62 approved. And then I see that the Planning Commission went back and forth on an amenity, a clubhouse actually being built in there, and the answer was, it looks like the answer was no, but then you applied for 10 additional units.
What happened there was when we went back in to go ahead and make sure that we had at least 20 feet, and we ended up with 21 feet, we went through the design, and the engineer had used a product from another builder that was single story, 30-some feet wide. It's the same layout, but the reason it changed was because they didn't use the standard 24-foot townhouse that everybody uses for age restricted. It can't, and I don't know where he got that layout, but when we discovered that, we went back, and again, the layout didn't change. The units that we showed the pictures of didn't change. Again, the same type of thing. But what the design was a 30-some foot wide single-story home that came from some other builder, and they'd used that by mistake. And so we caught that, and we figured it would be better, since there weren't going to be any age-restricted homes available to go ahead and offer 10 more so that you would have 72 people that could stay in the area versus 62.
Well, I'm back to my VDOT letter. So you resubmitted, so you got this approved in 24 early, and you've been through the whole planning commission process again for 72, right?
Right, and what we did is we also put back in, we had to go back through VDOT to make sure that they were okay with the additional units and the traffic that it would generate.
But you still don't have an approved VDOT letter for the subdivision. There are still comments from VDOT.
Right, and again, we have, again, answered those questions again, sent them back, and that'll be a 60-day or however long they want to go ahead and take. But we have to go ahead and obviously get that straight during the construction phase. As far as the plan,
I just find it odd that you've been in this process for this long and VDOT is still has issues. But let's move on from there. So all the internal roads are private, correct?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
So the dog park is private and the paths are part, I mean, this is all part of the HOA, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
So when I look at the roads, if everybody looks at their map, you see Road A, private, Road B, private, Road C, Road A, Road D. That's a lot of road frontage for 70. I've got people on a road that's a quarter or half, we'll call it 3/4 of a mile long, 4 houses, and they can't agree on gravel for a driveway. And so now we have an HOA that's going to be responsible for all these roads and plowing them.
Yes, sir.
And I just don't see how 72 units supports this kind of infrastructure at any sort of reasonable cost. I mean, there's a lot here. And on top of that, there's no parking on the street, correct?
Correct. Again, we have 28 extra spaces available.
But when I look at this map and I look at where it is in relation to where the actual units are, I mean, somebody could have to park a long ways away to get to see whoever they're going to see. I don't know that this really facilitates age restricted. I saw this as a commercial parcel and I understand why it was commercial. I do not see how this adds to anything. Let's see what else I've got. Go ahead. Yeah.
I have a question
Yes,
for
ma'am.
you on, oh, these pages aren't numbered. The section entitled age restriction. So dwellings on the property are intended to be occupied by people, a person 55 years or older. But then it goes down and it says, persons under the age of 19 shall not be housed or reside on the property. Well, that keeps school age kids from being a problem. It does not keep children from possibly being a problem. I had my last child when I was 39. You know, so somebody can move in with their parents, live there, get married, have kids. They'd have to move out for a little while, right? But they could still live there until they got there, and then when their kids get older, they could still move back in when the kids go to college at Mary Washington or whatever. I'm not sure how you're going to control 55 and older with that. I see allowing people to come and visit for a certain amount of time, but just remember, we have some really young parents around, and I don't think anybody's going to make them give up their child if they're living there. My other question was, the residents are going to own these properties.
Yes, ma'am.
What happens when they die and try to sell the properties, do all the conditions, will they be in the deed? Will all those conditions transfer with it?
Yes, ma'am. Everything, these are all property conditions, and it's also federal law that they have to go ahead and follow when you go ahead and have an age-restricted community. I've done them before in Enrico, and again, they have to follow that. The HOA actually has to go ahead and check every so often to make sure that you don't have, children living there. I think the law says, they can come and spend, so many weeks with them just to visit. But again, they cannot go ahead and stay there for any long-term period.
So if they leave their property to a 19 or 25-year-old child,
they will not be able to live there.
They will not be able to live there, but the conditions, if they sell it, will still follow through just as if their parents had sold it.
Yes, ma'am. They could sell it, but again, these are all property conditions, and again, it's backed up by federal law too, as far as those conditions are concerned.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My last concern is we rezone this commercial property, the one right in front of it's next. I mean, it doesn't, we have broken the chain of this is commercial. And I still don't understand how how we could allow another developer to have traffic traverse through a subdivision that this was never planned for. I don't think it's a good idea, and I don't think rezoning this from commercial to residential is the answer. The commercial property was made commercial when this was zoned a long time ago for a reason, and it was supposed to be mixed use, and the hope was that that mixed use would actually take place. That's sort of my position on that.
Yes, sir. Well, it does back up to a single-family community. They probably like the idea of having a transition to a residential. The Harts have owned this for a number of years, and they have been trying to go ahead and do commercial development. And I think what we will do when we put in Colonel Armstead, that will open it up for commercial development.
Mrs. Long?
Yes, Mr. Black.
I had a couple questions for the developer. First of all, why did you decide to, like, if you think Maple Grove, when we look at the age restriction on Maple Grove, we see those are all like one-story homes. Why did you decide to go to, for a 55-plus community, why did you decide to go to 2-story?
These are pretty standard. My parents lived in Cedarfield for 15, 16 years. All the new facilities that are age restricted are not single story, but multi-story, because upstairs you usually have a bathroom for somebody comes in, again, and 2 bedrooms. Usually they use one for a bedroom for when, again, somebody comes to visit for a couple of days. The other is used for mostly storage, or both of them for storage. We all need a lot of storage nowadays. So, and as far as the Harts came to me with its project and asked me to go ahead and consider doing this. It wasn't my idea at first. So.
Yeah. My second one, and I do agree with Mr. Seeley on one point that, when you're doing the traffic impact study, I mean, when you say 55 plus, there's a lot of people that are still working. I mean, there's a reality behind the fact that just because you're 55, I mean, I can't see myself not working when I'm 55. And so I will be doing the same thing that the people commuting in and out of heavy traffic areas. So I think sometimes when you make that statement, it's kind of very misleading, because there's still a lot of people that are working.
I think it's rare to find people in here that are 55. I'm 72, and I still work. That law was written years ago when everybody was thinking about retiring at 55. Now we're thinking about retiring at 65, or we have to retire at 65 for that matter. So I don't think that there are a lot of people that are going to be moving in here that are 55. It's usually a little older than that when they are looking at retirement.
Yeah, but I agree with you, but by your own admission, you're saying you know, you're still working at 72, well, then the age doesn't matter. If you're still working, doesn't matter what your age is, you're going to be probably going during peak times and non-peak time. I mean, peak times on both the morning and the afternoon. So that's, I mean, that really doesn't pull to the data that you're not going to be, what you're saying is you're not going to be using it during, it's not going to be used during peak times, because it is. I mean, if I'm 80 and I'm working, I'm still using it during peak times. My biggest question or concerns, or my biggest, I guess, questions is probably for Mr. Schiebel and Mrs. Long, is do we, I guess the big picture here is, do we have the water for, I mean, the whole issue in the county is, one of the issues has been water. So, I mean, when we add, you know, 72 townhomes and, you know, if you say 2 to 3 people are living in each townhome, do we have the water supply?
Well, we just went through, again, 75 units on Coldwater Road. And there was not a problem with the water, and that just got approved in December, and they just started construction over there.
Yeah, so I'd like to hear from Mr. Schiebel.
Mr. Schiebel's right behind you. If you could let him answer. Thank you.
Good evening. When we looked at this, you know, our comments were on the project that we have sufficient water to meet the needs. We're looking at about 22,000 gallons a day to be able to do that. We do have the well driller has been out and should start drilling in April. So we've got 5 new wells going in, and that ought to be sufficient to stay ahead of the curve.
Secondary to that, Mr. Schiebel, you had comments in the when I was reading the Planning Commission and your comments, you had comments about moving some stuff or was around some infrastructure. Is that all taken care of?
So we had some comments in relation to the wet well, the sewage wet well needed to be upgraded. That is currently under design, and the last piece of the puzzle came in yesterday, and that was for the actual pump size. They wanted to change that. So that's getting ready to happen, and would be able to take this on without any issues.
You said, but in the beginning of these comments, you're in close proximity to water and sewer infrastructure.
Correct. So it's adjacent to the property. That would all be developed by the developer and turned over to the county. So they would extend the water and sewer throughout the development. They would provide a set of drawings. We would approve those, inspect the work going in, and at the end, the developer would turn that over to Caroline County to own and operate.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Any other questions, Mr. Thomas?
The other board has finished the question and answer period. I'm ready to go, but I've worked with Mr. and well, the late Mr. Hart and Mrs. Hart for quite some time. They were successful in getting Germanna Community College here, although we didn't manage to keep them because of enrollment, but they did manage to get the only urgent care facility in the county there in Belmont. So they've done a great job. I've been working with them to try to get some commercial there at this particular location, and I think it's the consensus from what I've heard that really we want this to be a commercial spot to provide some sort of, you know, additional commercial in that area, help for the residents in Belmont. I like your idea. It's a, you know, a great concept. I think we just need to find another place to put it, and we'll work on doing commercial. So I'm going to make a motion to deny the rezoning.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to deny the request. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Roll call.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Just do a roll call, Nancy.
All right, let's do roll call. Mr. Thomas?
I vote aye.
Mr. Forehand? Mr. Underwood?
I vote aye.
Mr. Black?
This one's a tough one for me, but I will vote aye.
I'm going to vote nay.
I'm going to vote aye.
4-2.
4-2, motion carries. It's denied.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did. That's okay.
Where are we at here, guys? Unfinished business, number 5, Sparta Fire Department.
I was just going to make a motion. Mr. Cully gave us option one. Let them work out the details and be done with it.
Which one was one? I like
The one with the
sign,
this
the sign.
the sign, the look like a badge. Where did
Right, under the,
Yeah.
under the name.
On the building, right.
Yeah, I like that too. Which one?
I like the sign next to the county sign. It kind of shows that the two of them are in it together. And it's right there.
All I see is a black sign that's. Is
No,
there
but
a sign in the sign?
No, the badge sign that's on the building.
Oh, yeah, this is the one I
And,
like.
and then the next page is different, well, next page.
Next page.
There's only 3 pages in the, yeah. That's a stand-up sign. That's the badge on that stand-up sign next to the electronic sign. I thought was a good idea because it's right there in the front. And then all the other buildings will be the same. But they get something right there in the front, right at the middle of the street so people could see it. That's what that's what I thought was a good idea, good compromise. It shows they're working together, they're right there together. And they get recognition.
I was going to make a motion for what the county administrator gave us, which was option one.
Be in 2 locations?
Well, I think they were just showing you where it could go. I was looking at the far end one.
My only concern with the sign would be how many times
It's going to get destroyed being
runs
mowed.
over it.
It's going to get destroyed just mowing and weed eating around it, because I know what my sign at my house, the beating that it takes and how often I repaint it. It just gets, the weed eater just destroys them.
Mrs. Long,
Yes, Mr. Black, do you have a?
was option one, was that by Chief Loftus or?
I don't know. Charlie's coming. So.
No, that option was presented by senior staff. Alan and I looked at it and worked on that. It's really not something we've asked the chief to get involved in.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
I mean,
I would second Mr. Seeley's motion for option one. I think that's less maintenance. It goes up there and it stays up there.
Can we add to it? The one side on the far right of the.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
We can add to it if you.
This one we're talking about.
Right there, there's 2.
oh, the one we were recommending would be on the right-hand side.
On the right-hand side, right.
This one over here, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
It may be a different dimension than what's shown on that, but large
Right.
enough to see what looks good. That was kind of digitally, trying to push different things together in
the
a.
size of the building.
Correct.
This mirror, objects in this mirror may appear closer than they are.
Right.
And I don't care if you put 1 or 2 signs up, whatever looks good when you get your dimensions straight. So we have a motion and a second for option one. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All
Aye.
opposed?
Nay.
And we have 1 nay for Mr.
Underwood.
Mr. Underwood. I knew you had to say nay just to keep us on our toes.
He's feeling
Randy.
stronger.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right, so the motion carries for option number 1. Number 6, continued discussion of design for proposed community center adjacent to Little Massey Park.
We asked Mr. Underwood if we can defer this since he's not here.
here and it's hard to talk about.
Right.
It's real hard to talk about this without somebody here seeing.
Can we defer this, Mr. Underwood?
I'm okay with that.
All right, we are going to defer this since this is in Mr. Underwood's district and he should be here, and we hope you feel better soon, Reggie. All right.
Thank you, Liz.
that takes us to 7, and I may make this one fast too, Joey, because can I get a list of the number of towers and where they're located? Because we don't have to pick just one design.
We don't.
So it sort of depends on where they are, where they're visible from as to what my recommendation would be.
We've got 4 elevated towers, one at Ladysmith at Green Road, one at Carmel Church behind Flying J, one at the high school, and one outside of this building, Sweet Caroline.
We just painted the one at the high school.
Correct, but I thought you wanted to know where all of our towers
Oh,
were.
no, the ones that we're going to paint.
We've got 2 elevated towers right now that we currently have, which would be the one in Carmel Church and the one in Ladysmith. We also have the one that'll be going at Caroline County Innovation and Industry down there next to MCD.
Is that what it has to look like, or they picked that?
That was just a proposal that they put out. Mr. Forehand had made a comment that, you know, since it was down there and then maybe we could do something. This is something, the logo that they're using for different things in that area. So they thought that might be something, and I asked for that logo just so we could at least show it to the board as an option.
Madam Chair, that's the kind of motion that I would like to make, is we have one side that's unique based on wherever anybody else, and the other side says Caroline County.
I just would like, I would like the one that's going to be seeable from 95 at Carmel Church to make sure Caroline County, you know, Virginia,
It's seen from
Caroline,
95.
whatever,
Right.
is seen from 95.
And the other side where people
And the
are,
other side could be
they
an
can see
and.
it'll say Ladysmith or Carmel Church or, you know, whatever. And then you can paint them whatever color you want.
So the Carmel Church tank, you can see both north and southbound. So we would kind of have those so you could make sure that you could see that.
Put Caroline on that side and Carmel Church on the other. Behind
Flying
J.
Blue Beacon.
I'm surprised Flying J didn't want to buy that signage. I'm just surprised.
We hadn't talked with them.
You want to advertise the signs?
I mean, they own 3 sites out, or 2 sites out there. Flying J hasn't 3 sites. That's why I'm surprised. Flying J's out there.
Mr. Fuel is owned by Flying J.
There are 3 buildings that they own.
Pilot Travel Center that owns both Flying J's and as well as Mr. Fuel.
Yeah, so 3 out of the 4 Flying J.
Right.
But if I could make that motion and give staff the choice of picking colors on a silver background or something, or white.
It doesn't matter to me.
The light blue we picked out here looks really good and it holds up really good.
School colors are blue.
And I like the.
Okay. Blue.
I have no preference.
Maybe the symbol or the road or something.
Yeah, the
Can we throw this?
shape of the county, and the word Caroline in the middle, and I'm gonna make that motion.
I like this, what Stafford had, as far as the Stafford, Virginia, and one of them's in script, one of them's in block.
On the same side?
Yeah, just, that's
fine.
It's the Caroline, Virginia, and it's,
that's fine.
It was in the calendar, I don't know if
Yeah.
you did that one specifically.
And either the shape of the county or whatever they could get on the seal.
People aren't gonna know the shape of the county.
No, but something that would symbolize us.
Yeah.
Can you tell we're tired, Joey?
Yeah.
You are too, aren't you? Okay. And MC Dean, do we want them in on the design for the one that they're putting up? Should they be in on that? But we just ask that we keep our name on one side of it?
That's totally up to the board, but.
All right, we have a motion to allow them to, but I think we need to approve MC Dean's.
Yeah, so we could do one side with this design and then, you know, we might, once it gets to the designer, they might be able to make it look a little bit better. We'll come back with a final draft, but at least we'll have that for them to start working at for the next meeting, kind of a proof.
Yeah, can you hold that up? I ain't gonna see if that's an innovation center, but anyhow, that's okay. That's up to them. If they're paying for it, it's fine as long as we're on the other side of it with me.
And then the other side, we would do Caroline, Virginia, with the script at the bottom and bold at the top.
Are you going to bring us drafts back?
Yes.
But won't we just remake it? I was gonna say, let's vote on it and let them bring the drafts.
And Mrs.
I'll
Long?
second.
We got a motion and a second. Mr. Black.
Hey, if we just kind of, if we put future home of Publix, would that get them here sooner? So anyway, I don't care.
Call for the vote.
You didn't hear either. All right, I have a motion and a second to send Mr. Sheeple off to bring us back drafts at our next meeting, and that'll give Mr. Underwood a chance to see them also.
Thank you.
So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. All right, important calendar dates.
We do.
Yep, we do.
Bless you, ever sneeze.
All right, everybody get their calendars out.
One of the things that we needed to discuss, try to figure out when we were going to have this joint meeting with the school board on a off night, not in front of a board meeting, that they asked for at the last meeting. Y'all had your meeting tonight by yourselves at 5. Have you given any thought to when you may need that? And also, we're going to probably need a special meeting. We may recess out of the 8th meeting to some other meeting for public hearing on its tax rate, hopefully. If I can get some things pulled together to know what that needs to be. So April could get busy, but they have asked for that joint meeting on school planning. And y'all had some questions for them tonight on, what their priorities are and that type of thing, so.
So it's just a facility planning meeting, not a budget meeting?
Correct.
Or should we do both?
If you had time, you could do both. You know what their request is, they've made their budget request, so it's certainly something you could talk about. Especially when you do it on a separate night, if you start at 6 o'clock and, you've got, several hours in there, up 3 hours or more to talk about both things.
Until we hear our budget, we can't make any,
You're not making any decisions on there.
No, but we've got to hear where we are.
Right. But is that going to be the 8th?
Gosh, I hope so.
We couldn't do anything before the 8th.
Oh, and
I'm just saying that we can on the 8th make those dates, because until we see our proposed budget, and what that means, I'm kind of dead in the water, especially after my discussion with
you heard tonight,
Mr. Rogers.
You heard tonight what it means.
We're already.
April is a 1 meeting month, right?
Correct.
Right.
I expect us to have to at least recess out of the 8th to some other meeting in April for at least a public hearing on a tax rate. We do have to try to get that set so we can get the tax bills out. Don't have to adopt a budget, but you got to.
Right, we got to set the tax.
We got to set the tax rate. We got to adopt a budget, but it's nice to adopt a budget so we can give the schools numbers, but by law you got to get it done by the 30th June.
11:59.
But anything, we can wait until the 8th and let everybody see how things play out, because there's no date we can pick tonight. At least I can't.
Not the 15th, which is the next Tuesday.
Right.
So you want to know, even if we're not talking money, you want to wait until we see the budget before we talk to the schools?
We need to have some idea where we are.
You could set it after the 8th, but I think what you're saying is don't do it in front.
I think doing it now, we're going to meet on the 8th. We can recess to any date after that we want.
We can even do it on the 10th, which is Thursday.
I won't be able to be here on the 10th.
Okay.
That's kind of where I'm going, is that.
Okay. Right, so everyone needs to look at their calendar and call Mr. Cully sometime in the next week, 10 days, let him,
But we can set it on the 8th. We're going to be here.
We're going to be here. We
16,
can have a
17,
6
18
o'clock.
look good. 16, 17, 18 look good. Wednesday, Thursday. I hate to say Friday, but
Friday the building's busy. We got that's on the calendar.
Fire school, right.
Yeah, we got the recruit graduation in the auditorium.
But we can, at the next meeting, say we're going to, everybody can look at the 15, 16.
But I think the school board has to try to plan what they're.
Correct. Yeah, they're gonna need to know so that they can be there as well.
Yeah,
That's
so
all I
we-
was trying to do is kind of give them some heads up.
Well-
That way, if we pick a date they for some reason can't do, then we got some time on the 8th to pick another one.
16th or 17th?
16th is better for me at this, right now. That's my problem, is that I'm sort of in flux, but right now I could do
16th's better for me.
the 16th.
All right, so
16th is better for me too. I can't do the 17th.
Yeah, Thursdays are bad.
And I can't really do the 15th, so.
oh,
I just want to pencil in the 16th and let the schools know that's a potential, we're looking for the 16th.
nobody can do this. You can't do the 17th.
17th, not good for 2 or 3 of us.
All right, I'll just reschedule. Okay. All right, I got the 16th down for a possible work session or meeting, joint meeting.
Joint meeting with the schools,
School.
facilities and budget.
Oh man, you want to do them both at one time?
I think
Well,
we're here. It's
Is that gonna be we're gonna do a budget hearing that, we're gonna do.
not a hearing. I think it just,
Work session.
you can talk to the schools about what their request is, ask them any questions.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I'm worried about. Okay. All right, so we got the 16th. Check with them, make sure that works.
Any questions we have for that meeting, we're gonna send to you. And
Please,
you can
I'll send them
on.
to, yeah, no, we keep them straight. The other big thing is the 12th Saturday, is the regional spring, school. And I think Mrs. Long, you're scheduled to speak.
At 8 o'clock.
It's fairly early.
Yeah.
And so those are the things that we have on the calendar now that we've added another one.
But Easter's the 20th. We'll all be able to regroup and rejoice. So, all right. Anything else? What have I missed, gentlemen? I now have to do our closed session readout.
Can we do closing board comments first and then?
Yes, I'm sorry. That would be hard for you to do from in there, wouldn't it? Closing board comments. Mr. Black, why don't you go first?
I just wanted to thank the retail. I think that was excellent information. If I could have just asked staff, just the only thing I forgot to ask, and I'd like to see staff, like when would be a realistic time frame for a grocery store to come into Ladysmith? So if staff could kind of just gather that for us, I would appreciate it.
He stated between now in 2030. That was
now in 2030.
Potentially.
Potentially, he wouldn't guarantee 2030, but he felt that was a realistic time frame, and he said that to staff privately as well because we pinned him down as well, just because of what he pointed out. That's just such a long lead time. Once locally they decide they want to go, they've got to move it up the chain to the corporate people, and it just takes time.
We could do
that was excellent. I just want to say that was an excellent presentation. I thought that was very well done. I like the numbers and the stats, and I think that was money well spent. I think we can show that to the public as something. This is what we're facing, but we're working on it. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Just so you know, Jeff, we can do one in Bowling Green next year.
A Publix?
Sure.
No.
You want it?
All right, gentlemen.
All right,
Are
close
there
meeting,
any
let's go.
other closing board comments?
I have none.
Mr. Thomas, Mr. Forehand, any closing comments?
It's closed session motion.
I move that this board convene in closed meeting pursuant to 1, the consultation with legal counsel and litigation exceptions to section 2.2-3711 A7 and A8 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding pending regulatory action and potential litigation involving the county, where a discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the board's litigating posture. And 2, the prospective business exemption of section 2.2-3711 A5 of the Code of Virginia to discuss a prospective business or industry in and around the Ladysmith area, about which no previous announcements have been made. We have a
motion
second.
and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll see you in the other room, gentlemen, online.
Supervisors certify that to the best of each board member's knowledge, that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and also only public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Do I have to do it
You have to do
individually?
certified.
All
I
right,
so certify.
Mr. Forehand,
I so certify.
Mr. Black,
I so certify.
Mr. Sealy,
I so certify.
and I so certify.
Make a motion. Oh, no, we're gonna adjourn. Yeah, I make a motion to adjourn.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? I'll catch, Jeff. You want me to catch?
Oh,
Oh, almost.
I said that to somebody that I never heard that. We could have been done.
How's your dad?